Okay, we'd like to call the
Meeting?
meeting together of August 27, 2019 land use meeting.
Oh, shoot.
First order of business is a invocation by the pastor Dion Daniels of City Life Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor.
Good morning, and thank you for having me here. I'm honored. This is a place that I've always wanted to come. I'm excited to be here. In this time, I really wanted to just think of what I could offer, and God reminded me that I have nothing to offer, but He has everything to offer.
Amen.
And that His blessing and His anointing is upon this meeting, and all that you do is seen by Him. Not everything that we do publicly, but the things that we do privately are just as important. When not knowing what to pray, the Lord reminded me of Matthew chapter 6, and if we know this, we could all kind of say this to ourselves, and it is the Lord's Prayer. It says, "Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from the evil one. For yours is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever." And everybody said amen.
Amen.
And amen.
Said
amen.
Amen.
And amen. God bless, and have a great day.
Thank you, too.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, as far as announcements, we do have a 1:30 time certain, which is the Springs at Ellington. Margaret, do you have any other changes to the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Commissioner, the changes to the agenda for today's meeting are there's an update memo that contains the following changes. Item number 4 is PDC 1731 ZP, Fort Hamer Crossing. At the request of the applicant, this item is being withdrawn, so there is no action necessary. Item number 5, PDC 1816P, 2415 63rd Avenue East C-Store. There was a typographical error on the advertising. It is removing the term car wash from the title. The staff report and the ordinance that has been submitted reflect this change. And then item number 7, which is the 1:30 time certain, PDMU 1905 ZG, Springs at Ellington. There is a revised ordinance in a strike-through underlined format, and additional public comments are attached to the memo. And all of these changes are in the update memo and have been attached to the agenda system.
Okay, thank you very much, Margaret. Next item is, we have no consent agenda, so we don't have to pull anything from it, so that's convenient. Now we will move on to citizens' comments on future agenda items. If there's anybody in the audience that would like to come down and discuss a future agenda item, do so at this point. Seeing nobody come down, we will close citizen comment on future agenda items. Again, we don't have any consent items, so the citizens don't need to come down for that. Item number 4 has been withdrawn, so I don't believe that requires any action on our part. So we'll move on to item number 5.
Mr. Chair, go ahead and swear everyone in.
Oh, yes. Anybody who plans on testifying today, please stand and raise your hand and be sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and factual representations which you're about to present will be truthful and accurate?
I do.
Thank you.
So I guess Dorothy or Margaret, you're going to read this in?
Yes, I am. Thank you, sir. Item number 5 is PDC 1816P, 2415 63rd Avenue East, a C-store. This is approval of a preliminary site plan for an approximately 4,500 square foot convenience store gas station with 16 pumps on an approximately 5.49 acre site zoned planned development commercial. It's located within the heavy industrial future land use category, and the location is 2415 63rd Avenue East in Bradenton. Dorothy Rainey is the planner for this. It is a quasi-judicial hearing, and the applicant's representatives are also present.
Okay, thank you. Next time would be if there's been any ex parte communication by any of the board members. Seeing none, we'll open it up for the applicant to come down and make his presentation. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Matt Morris with Morris Engineering. I have been sworn in. I do have a very brief PowerPoint presentation that I'll go through. Hopefully, be pretty straightforward and short and sweet for you this morning on this one. So again, we're here talking about the C-store for 63rd Avenue. Push the wrong button. The subject parcel located at the northeast corner of 63rd Avenue East and 24th Street. The project size is just under 5.5 acres. The existing zoning is PDC. We're proposing a 4,500 square foot convenience store with 16 fuel pumps and related site infrastructure to support that development. A little bit of project history. Back in December 2001, the property was rezoned to PDC for a convenience store and gas pumps. In November 2004, there was a final site plan approved based on that zoning for a convenience store and gas pumps, which was partially constructed. And then during the recession, basically kind of left in a partially constructed state. And I've got a slide coming up next that has an aerial so that you can see what infrastructure was constructed. And then in November 2007, that final site plan expired, as well as the everything had to be updated in a new preliminary site plan, which is why we're here today. So the proposed preliminary site plan is for the same development area, same number of gas pumps. Really the only difference is that the previous approval allowed for a car wash, which we are not proposing. And the previous approval was for a 3,000 square foot convenience store, and we're proposing a 4,500 square foot convenience store. You can see on this aerial, like I said, you can see the curbing that was installed. The stormwater pond was constructed along 63rd Avenue. And on the next slide, you'll see how close we are in scope to the previously approved plan to our current plan. On the left is the previously approved final site plan, and then our proposed current preliminary site plan on the right. And you'll see the fuel pumps are in the same location. Convenience store is really just slightly different, a slightly modified parking configuration where we've got some parallel spots on the west side of the site. And then we've got a diesel fuel pump at the rear of the site, which they had before, but just a slightly different configuration for that. But access points we're proposing to keep the same stormwater, same general footprint for the development. So really not a lot is proposed to be changed with this application. So with that, that's all that I have, and happy to answer any questions.
Betsy?
Sorry, we have to wave these.
We have these
guitars.
weapons today,
Oh,
in
what
case
is
anybody
that?
gets out of line.
Does our deliberator work today?
No, our machine's not working when you
This
normally.
is your Oh,
deliberator.
that's what it's for? Oh,
Yeah, this is
okay.
just so you know you want.
Everybody stay in their seats.
Right, don't hit nobody.
I thought it was the crock.
So the, what is a C-store? Is that,
So convenience store.
that stands for convenience
Yes.
store? Okay, I wasn't sure, I didn't know.
I knew that one.
Well, sometimes there's A stores and B stores and C stores, that's why I asked. The only other thing is, that, you know, I didn't realize the whole history going back that far. I know the site pretty well, drive by it a lot. There can be a lot of traffic that builds up at that intersection. So I hope you have adequate area for folks to be able to get through there. I mean, I just, because of the extension of 63rd now, where 63rd goes, it's a very popular east-west travel route now. So I just want to make sure that you've taken that into account, because things have changed a lot since, you
Right.
know, back in
We certainly
2001.
haven't, I don't know if it's possible to go back to this, to the PowerPoint that I can pull up our site plan, but you can kind of see our entrance off to the east from the intersection. So that does allow for quite a bit of queuing internal to the site without having to get out onto 63rd just for that particular reason. So it actually, even though it was done back in 2004 and we're matching that, it actually works pretty well for the current condition also to allow quite a bit more queuing than what you would normally see on a site for a driveway there. And then the secondary street, obviously we have just a regular access out to the secondary street, but I think like you mentioned, probably the bigger concern is the traffic on 63rd.
And that's generally just a right in there at that location?
Right in, right out.
Right,
Correct.
there's a right out, okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Misty?
Yes, hi, Matt. I just have a couple of questions. I noticed, and this is in my district, so I go by this all the time too, but this is in the IH future land use category. And so certainly this type of use is definitely needed for the employment aspect, people to go grab a drink and whatever. But it is a very large site based on what you're developing. And so it looks like your intention is just to keep it as one big site, and you're only going to develop a very small portion of it. I don't see any plans to subdivide it.
That's correct, because the remainder of the site is a wetland. And there was some sort of court order back in the early 2000s regarding the wetland and the setbacks to the wetland and all that kind of good stuff. So we're keeping all that intact and not trying to come undo any of that. So the remainder of the site is a wetland that will stay as a wetland. So.
Okay. And this is PDC. And so I think, is 24th a local street? I think, and 63rd is a major thoroughfare. And so all of the structures are then set back, whatever it is, 35 feet, I think, from the local street.
That's right.
Because it's local. Same site plan you said that was approved last
Exactly.
time.
That's right.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Carol?
I was pushing. I honestly have to say, when I went through this, I was pleasantly surprised to see a convenience store and a gas station. Because when you drive 301 all the time, and then also 63rd, there is nothing from Sarasota on. So, you know, it's kind of sad because it's kind of not had all that, but we actually need it. So, and I don't even remember that it had been previously approved. So it's good that, I think it's good that it's time that the timing's right for this, so I appreciate you guys bringing this back.
Thank you.
I would agree. I drive by it a lot. I've seen it vacant for years and years, and it's just going to be a great, addition there, near Flowers, and they really, the school, and, I'm happy to see it finally getting developed, because it's been vacant for, well, decades, if you will. So, thank you. Next would be a staff presentation. Dorothy?
Good morning, Dorothy Rainey for staff, and I have been sworn. I'm probably not going to present anything more or different than what the applicant did, but I'll go through it quickly. So you have the 2415 63rd Avenue convenience store. The request is to approve the preliminary site plan on 5.49 acres of property zone PDC for the convenience store with a gas station with 16 fuel pumps and the associated infrastructure. And there's one specific approval for an alternative, section 1005.3.A allows to allow a reduction in the number of parking spaces required from 31 to 20. And it is based on a parking study that was provided by the applicant where they took counts every hour on the hour of a similar facility and the number of spaces that were necessary. So the site information, again, 5.49 acres, PDC zoning, IH or industrial heavy future land use category, and the property is vacant with partially developed land from the prior approval. And that's the future land use. The whole area is IH. There's the plan development commercial zoning. There's the aerial you saw earlier from the applicant as well. The surrounding uses to the north and east is the Manatee County-owned school board property that's zoned LM or light manufacturing. South across 63rd Avenue is the Flowers Bakery facility as well as warehouses, all zoned light manufacturing. And then west across 24th Street East are warehouses, vacant land, and an auto dealership facility that are all zoned heavy manufacturing. There's some, whoa. I didn't do that. Okay. So just some photos looking westward and looking eastward on 63rd Avenue East on the frontage. This is looking north and south on 24th Street. Looking north and then east at the site itself. This is looking southeastward and then east from on the site and on the driveway, the access drive. There's the site plan that you'd seen from the applicant's presentation as well. You see this is the proposed, of course, the new preliminary site plan showing the location of all the structures, the canopies, and the stormwater pond. The site plan information, there's one full access point on 63rd Avenue East, one full access point on 24th. The stormwater, as you saw, is in the southeast, south of the internal driveway off 63rd. The main building, of course, is centered with within the buildable area. Gas pumps are on the south side for the main bulk of them, and then there are 4 diesel ones at the north edge of the buildable area. The parking is mostly on the south and west sides of the building and along the west edge in the form of parallel spaces. The positives are that the site is currently zoned for commercial use, PDC, and was previously approved for the development of the proposed use. Also, the site has frontage and direct access on 63rd Avenue, which is an arterial roadway, and the commercial development and redevelopment is occurring in the general area, so the timing is consistent with development trends in the area. There are no recognized negative aspects, and of course, no mitigating measures necessary. So we recommend approval of the preliminary site plan and the one specific approval with stipulations in the ordinance. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I had a housekeeping comment I have to make now, and then Margaret has to make one comment, if I may. As was alluded to by the applicant, there is a 1998 court order in a case involving this property and the prior site plan regarding wetlands. And I just need to state for the record that the court determined it was a plat lot of record and that the subject property is exempt from the Manatee County wetland regulations and required mitigation. But that being said, there is in your record an environmental resource permit from the Southwest Florida Water Management District that approves some wetland impacts and approves some mitigation. And for the record, since this requires additional, I need to ask Margaret to introduce the staff people down below.
Okay.
Yes, good morning. We have our representative from Environmental today is Kathy Davis. She's our senior planner. Mr. Knable is on vacation today. So Kathy, she's been with us for almost 6 years, I think, 5 years. So we welcome her to our public hearing. You know the other guys.
Priscilla?
Tom, what size is the wetland? It's 5-something acres. What's the imprint on the wetland, if you know? And are you happy with the plan for the drainage?
If I may direct, that first question should be directed to the environmental planner, Ms. Davis.
Okay.
On the wetland.
Welcome, Kathy.
Hi, Kathleen Davis with Environmental Review, and I have been sworn. I believe the original wetland area contained 4.6 acres of forested wetlands, and then it had 1.68 acres of permanent impacts that were approved by Swift Mud.
Can you get closer to the mic or somebody turn up? Yeah.
Is it on?
It is. It's just you have to get close to it. Sorry.
You want me to repeat that?
Yeah.
Okay. Project contained 4.6 acres of forested wetlands, and they impacted 1.68 acres of permanent impacts, and those were approved by Swift Mud. And then the mitigation that was provided that's required by Swift Mud included enhancing 2.92 acres of the wetland that's there on site by removing nuisance and exotic species. And then they're also creating 1.4 acres of forested wetland off-site at a separate location.
Okay. And who's responsible for the maintenance of the wetland on the site, please?
It should be I would think the applicant would be responsible for that. I would have to look at the Swift Mud permit to double check.
Okay. Tom, you're fine with the drainage and the way it's going from the wetland to the storm water pond? And is this in the 100-year floodplain? Okay.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Trace, and for the record to begin with, Thomas Gerstenberger, Public Works Department, I have been sworn. First off, on the overhead, I actually provided, this is pretty much a beforehand view of the wetland prior to the impacts that were created by this project back in early 2000s from the original final site plan approval for the convenience store on this particular site. Obviously, this being an earlier picture from 2003 before any of the impacts or construction occurred. And then as far as Commissioner, your comment regarding the 100-year floodplain. This map right here is from the preliminary data from the Bowleys Creek Watershed Management Plan, which illustrates the areas in blue are illustrating those areas that are within the 100-year floodplain.
So the drainage will go to the pond and then into Bowleys Creek from the pond there, the stormwater pond?
That is correct. This particular project, the drainage internally would be collected and conveyed into the provided stormwater facility, and then from there outfall into the wetlands to the north, and then eventually outfall to Bowleys Creek.
So there's really not going to be much impact to Bowleys Creek from here because there's a lot of impact already on Bowleys Creek, just because of the size of the wetland.
That and the fact that there was already prior permitting for this particular project. In addition, we are requiring the flow reduction for this particular project that actually was not addressed with the prior approval.
Okay, thank you, Tom. And Nelson, welcome. Traffic, are they required to put a right-hand turn lane off of 63rd? Will there be a lane? Oh, okay, thank you. That's it for me.
Okay, Betsy?
Yeah, and I'm going to ask the applicant about the impacts to the wetland. So it looks to me, looking at the area, like the site has already been filled. Have the impacts already occurred on this site?
Yes, they were, as I think Tom or Kathy alluded to, those were previously approved. The impacts were already done, and the mitigation was all previously done back when they started development on the site back in the early mid-2000s.
Are you in compliance with your permits that were issued previously?
As far as we know, yes.
Okay, but are there additional impacts proposed that you have to permit at this time?
No.
Okay, so the impacts already happened when you built the site?
Correct.
Thank you.
Misty?
Yeah, and just for clarity, I heard that there was a right-in, right-out driveway for one of the two, and then I heard there were two full access points. So which one, is there a right-in, right-out, or are there two full access points?
I believe the access point on 63rd is a right-in, right-out, even though it was noted as full. I believe there's a median along there, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Tom is always prepared.
Well, there's
Always.
a left
There
turn,
is
but
a
that
median.
doesn't get you into the site, I don't think.
Apologize, I stand corrected. It is a full access on 63rd. There is a opening there. It's across the street from Parkland Drive.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. At this point, we'll open it up to public comment. If there's anybody from the public that would like to come down. Seeing nobody from the public, we will close public comment. Does staff have any closing comments?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move approval of the staff recommended motion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Does the applicant have any further rebuttal things? No? Okay. So we have a motion by Commissioner Servier, seconded by Commissioner Baugh. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion passes 7-0. Thank you all.
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
Finally, we're getting somewhere on that.
Okay, we'll move on now to number 6, Summerwoods. And I believe that's quasi-judicial as well, so Margaret, can you
Yes.
read that into the record, please?
Yes, sir. Item number 6 is PDR 1414, PR3, Summerwoods Phases 1, 2, and 3. This is a revised preliminary site plan to add 188 lots for a total of 750 single-family and single-family semi-detached units. There's also an updated road design and pond locations. The property is approximately 262.49 acres, and it is located on the south side of Moccasin Wallow Road, west of 115th Avenue East, approximately 3 miles east of I-75. It is zoned currently Planned Development Residential North Central Overlay Zoning District. And as quasi-judicial, Jamie Schindewolf is the planner, and the applicant's representatives are also here for presentation.
Okay, thank you. Again, being quasi-judicial, has there been any ex parte communication on this? Okay, no, seeing none of that, Floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Don New, agent for the project. It's been a while since I've been here, and I will be brief this morning. As you said, the name is Summerwoods, and I think you're pretty familiar with it. I'm going to give you a little history and then what we're up to now. It is south of Moccasin Wallow, right on Moccasin Wallow, and west of 115th Street and west of 301. We're 266.6 acres, and it's under construction. Some of it's under construction right now, and all we're asking for is an increase in density from the 562 to 750 units. We're not changing configurations, and I'll show you that. So here's the location. Here, as I said, west of 301, the south side of Moccasin Wallow. Here we are on the aerial. You can see there's not much going on out there yet, but there will be, and it's coming towards us. A little history. Back in December, you saw this project, and we modified the entranceways and a couple other things. We stabilized the access point, and we added an internal gate, and we came to you for the approval of that, and you approved it, and we have since updated our final site plan for that. And the other one, the setback reduction from 25 to 23, we've been doing that lately, and there's a stipulation because there's plenty of room to park the car there and without blocking the sidewalks, and we've been doing that quite a bit here lately. So here's what you approved back in December, and as I said, we changed the access and put it up to Moccasin Wallow, and then the original site plan is back on 2014, and the one on the right's the one you approved in December, and then we've since updated our final site plan to reflect those changes. And here's a graphic depiction of the setback. As I said, the stipulation that we have to move the sidewalk, so there's plenty of room to get the car in there. We've been doing that lately. I think you've seen that on some projects here lately. So here's that the site plan back in 14, the original ones with the accesses. And then here's what you've approved last December when we modified the accesses and made some changes. And here, a little close up on that, what you approved back in December. And then those lot details. And then here is the 750 units. And I'll show you the difference between the two. There's not much difference at all. Just on the very west side, we're erasing the lot lines. There's no additional impacts to wetlands or minor to the roadways realignments, but no additional impacts on anything other than the increase in units. Our density is 2.86. Our neighbors, and it's pretty typical for this type of development, we're usually somewhere between 2.5 and 3, and we're right in there, and our closest neighbors are 2.7 and 3, as you would expect for this type of development. So there's those surrounding properties. We don't have a lot going on yet, but we will one of these days. So here's the final site plan that was approved after the update in December. And then here's ours today. We're just changing from that to that. So basically all we're doing is erasing the lot lines in the western parcel and adding a different product type, reducing them a little bit. From that to that. So no additional impacts.
Isn't looking.
I feel like I'm an eye doctor. A or B?
Don't
So-
forget over here.
Should I sum up first or wait?
Sure. Yeah, no.
Okay, so that's it. We're compliant with the comprehensive plan. We'll comply with all the land development codes, certainly. Been thoroughly vetted by DRC and staff. Planning Commission recommended unanimous approval, and staff recommend approval. As I said, no additional impacts other than the traffic, and the traffic report is included in your packet. We have a representative here to talk about that, Mr. Stiles. So that's it. Ready to answer any questions you may have. Thank you very much.
Okay, we have a couple questions, I believe, starting with Misty.
Thank you. Just a question about access.
Mm-hmm.
So you just show one means of access currently, but you have plans for a second means of access
Yes.
at the time before you achieve 100 units. Is that correct?
Well, let Matt talk about it.
Matt Morris with Morris Engineering have been sworn. Hello again. So back in December, Don had mentioned that you guys approved to delete the access that we had going out to 115th. Part of that was a stipulation that, I don't know if I can use to point on here. There we go.
How about that one?
So we've got a permanent emergency access that was stipulated to go in. I don't know if you can see the mouse right at the end of this cul-de-sac.
Yep.
And then right now, we've left 2 lots off of our plans and shown a temporary stabilized emergency access that goes to Moccasin Wallow that in the future, should we not be able to get another access to either Moccasin Wallow or Sawgrass, that would turn into a permanent right in, right out. And at such a time as we move into the Phase 2 development, because we've got a boulevard section entrance here, and we've got our secondary emergency access. So those were all stipulations that were approved back in December to provide those additional temporary access points until such a time as we have an additional access to either Sawgrass or Moccasin Wallow, or we move into our Phase 2 development.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Carol?
Oh, I saw a whole bunch of, thank you. I saw a whole bunch of these coming up before me, so I really appreciate it. I have a question. First of all, I see 46, I didn't expect that one. 46% open space, right?
Yes.
Still? Okay. We didn't have a chance to talk to staff about this, so I just have a few questions that may, I could have had it answered differently. But, okay, so you're erasing the lot lines.
That's pretty much it.
Tell me what that means.
You're just erasing the lot line, so we have up to the 700 and whatever, 750 units.
Yeah.
Because the product demand is for smaller lots.
But tell me what that means.
Where it goes down to, most of them are 40-foot lots.
Okay. We build on small lots too,
Yep.
where I live too.
Yeah, that's been the market trend. So,
Right. Okay. Now-
minor adjustments to the alignment, but no additional impacts or anything. We're raising the lot line so we can
Okay.
provide a different product.
Now, we also had, before when we proved this, I've been around since maybe when we first started all this, but the most recent, we've approved 562 single-family detached, correct? Okay, so now we're going to do detached and semi. So does that mean like townhouses, or what does that mean? On the west part?
Yeah.
And does it mean like people can buy smaller? Is there going to be any multi-use as far as like rentals in there, or is it just all?
No.
It's all going to be?
No, single family still.
But it'll be smaller homes, townhouses. Some people like me don't like big houses anymore.
Their single-family semi-detached is a paired villa.
Right.
So it would not be townhouses. Townhouses, I believe you guys call those single-family attached. So this would not allow, a true 6-plex, 8-plex townhouse type setup. It would be more of a paired villa
Right, that's what I
type product.
assumed.
Yeah.
In my head was like a duplex.
Yeah,
but no.
and just to help clarify on the lot lines going away. So obviously you can see that we still have the front and the rear lots called out. So it's really just the separation so that we have some flexibility where we're allowed 40-foot lots, 50-foot lots, where we're not necessarily set in stone, don't have to come back here in front of you guys to say, well, instead of doing 40-foot lots over here, now we want to do 50-foot lots or vice versa. So that's what we mean with.
And that's what erasing the lot line is. All right. Now, I know you'll probably get hit with a bunch of questions about the access points. If you could explain that again, sir, maybe, because it looks like you have one, and then you may make it a right in, right out later, and then you have, do you have anything on the east part on that road there, or that entrance there?
Yeah, I can go back and
Could ya?
recap what we've got. So our main access is here on Moccasin Wallow, and it's a boulevard section, so we've got.
And that was approved before?
That was approved before.
Okay.
We've got an approved final site plan for all of our Phase 1 development. And Phase 1 is.
Yeah, show where Phase 1 is. Where you got
Phase
your mouse.
1
is all that.
basically is where you see the actual lot lines drawn in.
Okay.
That's our Phase 1 area, and we've got an approved final site plan, construction plan for that. That's probably 70% complete as far as infrastructure construction goes right now. So we've got our main boulevard access here off of Moccasin Wallow. With the previous approval back in December, it approved a permanent gated emergency access here at the end of the cul-de-sac. And then it approved a temporary emergency access at this location right across from this T intersection here, that in the event, by the time we move into our Phase 2 development, if we don't have the ability somewhere in Phase 2 to either get, to either get an easement going through this property to have another access to Moccasin Wallow, or something happens with Sawgrass over here and we have the ability to go make another connection there, that access point that I mentioned here would be able to turn into a permanent right-in, right-out access on Moccasin Wallow, so that we would have two fully functioning accesses on Moccasin Wallow at that time.
Okay, so now the west part, the new part.
Yes.
Right now, you don't have any proposal to go in and out. They'll be using the ones over to the east, or?
As of now, we do have inter-neighborhood connections that were approved with the previous final or preliminary site plans as well, with the previous zonings back in 2014. I think even some of the ones prior to 2014 even showed these inter-neighborhood connections here. And then we do have a proposed connection to Sawgrass once Sawgrass comes through in the future. So we do have potential for future access. It's really more of a timing question of when those access points are actually available for us to connect to, and whether or not this temporary access has to become a permanent access. Or if we can connect when we go into Phase 2, then that temporary access here goes away because we would have another second fully functioning access somewhere else.
So right now, it'll just be inter-neighborhood up into the accesses that are
Correct.
approved. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Trace.
Don't really have a question right now, as much to say as I disagree with you. I do believe that 200 more homes in this area does have an impact. It has an impact on your drainage, has an impact on traffic. So just to kind of say, oh, this isn't any effect, you've increased your density by almost 20-something%.
Yeah,
I mean, that does
did
have
say,
an impact.
I did say impact in traffic, and we are here.
You said
to address
drainage,
it.
you said it wasn't, you said it wasn't really changing anything, but I disagree with what the statement. I think 200 more homes on Moccasin Wallow as is now. The Buffalo Creek, we're putting a lot of pressure on Buffalo Canal. Y'all know y'all get tired of hearing me saying that, but you know, that's basically more homes, more roofs, more well, probably not that much more asphalt. I kind of agree the roads are the same,
Right.
but it's more roof space by 200. So there's a big impact by increasing the density by almost 20%.
Correct, and we will on the. I don't think it'll be a whole lot more for the rooftops because we would bigger houses anyway. But yes, ma'am.
Well, that's true.
It is an increase.
You have a bigger yard, which when the water comes down off the roof, it has a little more time to absorb before it hits the road, which then hits the pond,
Sure.
which then hits canal. Just saying. So, but the biggest thing is the traffic. You're putting, 200 more homes is, I would say, at least 300 more cars, at least. And that's being friendly. I mean, really, it's probably closer, a larger number than that. On a road that, hey, we all know, we've talked about Moccasin Wallow plenty, so I don't really need to say much. And I know we're working on it.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Thank you.
Follow up on the comments just made on transportation. I do want to note the stipulation D5 refers to the need to amend the local development agreement to address any additional traffic impacts when they when they apply for single level of service for this additional number of units. And there is an existing local development agreement where the applicant has committed to making transportation improvements for the prior approved units. I just want to state that for record. So there will be a subsequent public hearing coming to you with an amended local development agreement detailing any additional transportation improvements required.
Well, how would you make those improvements? I mean, what are you talking about improving? What would those improvements be?
Were you?
I don't know if you're allowed to ask that.
But if we're going to talk about traffic, let's bring Mr. Richard Stiles up, our transportation consultant.
Good morning. My name is Richard Stiles. I'm a transportation planner with Stantec, transportation consultant for this project, and I have been sworn. The traffic analysis was conducted for the impact that may be produced above and beyond what has already been determined for the original 562 units, which were the subject of a local development agreement which included specific mitigation for the project's transportation impacts. So that mitigation has been completed, and the traffic analysis determined that there were no additional project-required improvements, okay, due to these additional 188 units, okay? So this is not to say that there are not transportation issues on Moccasin Wallow. That's not the testimony. The testimony is that there is no additional transportation impacts that have not already been identified. And I know it's been alluded to that there is an effort underway, a cooperative effort underway. I do not have all the details of that to address Moccasin Wallow. But certainly the additional part of when you say, what is this project going to do? Well, you know, this project will be paying its transportation impact fees, okay, which for typically, you know, this size, and understand this is a plus or minus back of the envelope number, will be about $4 million. So the project will be contributing to its impact, just like every project is required to do under Manatee County's impact fee ordinance. So I think that's kind of in sum what the situation is up to the 750 units.
So if I understood what you just said, you've already done all your improvements whether we approve this or not. There will be no improvements for an extra 200 homes.
There are no additional improvements that have been identified for the extra 188 units, but they will, those 188 units will pay the additional impact fees that will be.
So basically, I do know what the improvements are up to right this second, and we've had to, you know, the citizens and pairs that have been there a long time have had, now we have a 45-mile-an-hour speed limit and all kinds of stoplights and all kinds of things. So, thank you.
One other thing, just to add on, if I could. I don't think it was mentioned at the Planning Commission, but there is also the extension of Fort Hamer Road that's underway right now. And that is going to provide...
But you're not connected to it at
No,
all.
they're not connected to it, but it's going to provide an alternative route to the site as opposed to going to the I-75 Moccasin Wallow interchange. And not only for this project, for other projects as well. So there are things
And
underway.
with Fort Hamer, if they're trying to avoid going to I-75 or 301, they're going to be dumped on Erie Road, which is a far less superior road than Moccasin Wallow. Unless they can go, once we finish it, which was still 2 years out, they will be able to go all the way to 301.
They're going to go to...
But that's still a couple years out, unless, like I said, they dump on Erie Road. All right, thank you.
Vanessa?
Yeah, interesting conversation, Priscilla Trace. Good. Tom, I'm going to look at you here. With the additional density that we're looking at, what impact is that going to have on drainage and so forth? I mean, it's going to have some, so.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Baugh, with respect to the drainage in the latter phases of this particular project, Phase 1 is pretty much, as the applicant already brought up, the construction is pretty much already complete on Phase 1. Phase 1 construction did include the provisions that were included in the previous zoning ordinance and that are carried through with this particular modification to the project, as far as flow reduction requirements, sole use floodplain compensation areas for the impacts to the 100-year floodplain. Those provisions through the stormwater stipulations contained in today's staff report and subsequent ordinance would also further require those provisions take place in phases 2 and 3 as well. So the applicant would have to address any increases in impervious coverage, as Commissioner Trace brought up, those requirements for the flow reduction requirement and impacts to the 100-year floodplain on subsequent design and construction of phases 2 and 3.
All right, thanks.
Betsy?
What is the status of Sawgrass Road? Does your property owner have any discussions with, I mean, basically what I'm looking at If I live on Zinnia Terrace at the end, for me to get out of this development, I have to pass hundreds of single-family driveways. I can't think of where we have anything like that in the county, quite frankly. How are you going to ensure the safety of the folks that, I mean, I'm probably one of the worst up here for sometimes being a little late, and sometimes I'm late, it'll go a little faster than I should. So you've got somebody who's living back there. Basically, you have a cul-de-sac which is miles long. I get it that you're looking for a second means of access, but even your second means of access is all the way back almost to where the first means of access is. I mean, you've got a cul-de-sac which is essentially miles long, passing all these driveways. How are you going to, and I'd be glad to hear from Richard, how are you going to ensure that people are not going to have conflicts with people that are using Eventide Trail and High Noon Trail and Linney Lane as a collector road?
Good point.
I'm looking at this thinking, unless you get a second means of access, seems undoable to me, that you would in fact have that many people traveling past that many driveways, and perhaps you can tell me where that is commonly done.
So if I can speak on that for a quick second. So as I pointed out, we do have inter-neighborhood connections proposed to the property to the north, which, from what I understand, there's some potential for some development there happening fairly soon, which we would be able to connect to that and have access up to Moccasin Wallow potentially from there. This property has dedicated the right-of-way for sawgrass along our entire western property, so that's already dedicated to the county, so that's there and readily available for once the county does figure out the sawgrass corridor and how that's going to connect. So we have already made that connection there. So with those potential inter-neighborhood ties and a hopefully future Sawgrass Road coming in, this is a condition that had been approved previously with previous applications as well. That those access points were shown on there and had the same configuration. We've provided as much as we can internally as far as stop signs, obviously at appropriate locations, signage for pedestrian crossing, those sorts of things. So we've done everything we can do internally to help reduce that. We've got sidewalks on the roadways out there, or off the roadways, as well for pedestrians to help reduce that conflict internally with pedestrians. So we're hoping that development to the north will happen as well, so that we can have additional access points. But this was a condition that has been part of this project for quite a while. As far as that goes.
Are these private roads?
To the west of our entrance, they're public roads, and to the east of our entrance, we do have a gate. I don't know if we can bring up the site plan again, but I can show that for you a little.
Yeah, here's
Here we go. On the overhead, we've got that.
What kind of traffic calming are you proposing? I just don't want to be here, and I don't want to put it that way, a future board being obligated to respond to traffic calming, because you are, like I said, the access is going to be to Moccasin Wallow. That's the only thoroughfare road you have access to today. So people are going to be driving all the way through these neighborhoods. What kind of traffic calming other than stop signs are you going to propose in this neighborhood?
We don't have any proposed right now, but that's only because we've only just begun the detailed design on phase 2. But I'd be more than happy to meet with your transportation staff and go through that with them on some potential traffic calming measures that can be done internally as we're moving through with the design, and have that be part of our final site plan for phase 2. We don't want there to be any issues with pedestrians or traffic issues either. Obviously, my client's got to continue to sell this project into the future and be able to have people want to buy houses in here, and it doesn't do us any good if there are internal traffic issues. So we will definitely do what we can, working with your staff, to make sure that during the final site plan we can implement some of those traffic calming items, so that we don't have to have these issues coming up in the future. To go back to the question on private versus public roads. So from our access point here, if you come down, there's a gate located right there. So everything to the east in this section is gated and private roadways. And then everything to the west of that is proposed to be public roads.
Well, and I get it that you meet the standard by having all these interconnections, so you don't have, I mean, the staff report doesn't say they have a cul-de-sac in excess of the code requirements. I get that. But the reality is, and for emergency purposes, that's good. But I'm thinking the reality of somebody living back at that far cul-de-sac, where they have to drive to get out of this development. I haven't counted the number of driveways they have to pass, but it's hundreds. From my math, I thought it said you had like 452 units in phases 2 and 3 yet to build, and so.
So Tom Gerstenberger very kindly highlighted a map here for us, so thank you, Tom.
Leave it to Tom.
So, this does show, as you said, there are multiple connection points internally, so we do have some loops to help try to alleviate some of what you're talking about with having to pass so many driveways as you're coming through. So we do have some of that internal looping going on to help with that. And then you can see in pink here the right-of-way that's already been dedicated for Sawgrass as part of this project. And then you can see, again, with our yellow is our main access here. And then the orange is the temporary, which would potentially become a permanent access again. And as you can see, as Moccasin Wallow comes down, just by virtue of this particular property, that's the extent of our frontage on Moccasin Wallow here until such time as potential development happens on the property to the north of us or until Sawgrass comes through. So again, like I said, we'll work with your staff during final site plan to try to alleviate those traffic concerns internally and see what we can do with some traffic calming. We've got a fairly long build out with our phase 2 and phase 3 with the number of units that we have. So I think there'll be some opportunities there to hopefully see to fruition some of the connections up to the north and hopefully Sawgrass as well that would alleviate that.
Okay, well, and I hope when staff does their presentation, Tom, if you just address, if you know anything. I mean, we're right now jumping through some hoops trying to get projects to get going on Moccasin Wallow. I haven't heard anything on Sawgrass, on what's happening with that. I know there was a DRI that probably had provided the, if I remember, Claude Millet's property, I can't think of the name of it right off the top of my head.
Parish Lakes.
Parish Lakes was looking at that, but I would like to hear about that because it just, I don't know whether or not those lots are even marketable if you have to drive that far to get to another access, but you never know what people are, people want to live here, so I just have great concerns about the reality of developing that without a true second access, and I know you got a second access, but it's so close to the first, it doesn't really function differently, so.
Misty?
I'm not sure if my question is for staff. It may be. And so if it is, please, if you could address it at that time. But Moccasin Wallow is growing. We all know that we're focused on making that a bigger roadway. And I just wonder, have the future noise impacts been taken into consideration for the future dwelling units that are going to be along Moccasin Wallow?
Hello again. This is probably a good sheet to show it. As I was talking about earlier when we were talking about the access points, you can see Moccasin Wallow kind of has this long turn here. So our really only frontage along Moccasin Wallow is this portion of the project. We've provided the additional right-of-way, and that's been dedicated via plats that have already been recorded, or portions of it have been dedicated via plats already for our Phase 1A, and then some additional, I think, is being done in our Phase 1B plat. that hopefully will be coming to you guys very soon for approval of that. We also have a 50-foot landscape buffer along Moccasin Wallow as part of, I think it was the entryway or entranceway requirements for that. So we do have a larger, wider than normal landscape buffer there. So as far as noise abatement goes, that's what we have is a larger buffer than you would typically see along there. And we did leave quite a bit of existing vegetation along that buffer as well to help with that.
Anything else, Misty?
No, sir.
Commissioner,
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Trace.
Mr. Chair, if I might interject for a second. What I think might help the commission also is if the applicant could also explain any communication or coordination they've had with any of the neighboring property owners, especially with one property owner to the north of this particular project, and if there's been any coordination or communication with the Parish Lakes project to the south.
Actually, that was my question, Tom. I was going
That
to say.
was my question, too. That's what I asked.
Have you communicated, because they're actually a long way from Moccasin Wallow on that east side. They're
That's correct.
probably, gosh, a good half mile on that east side.
Yeah, and I think the development to the north, to get back out the wedge, it will be the next thing that you see, and we have certainly been communicating with them and get that other access up to the north.
But there's nothing, I don't think there's any great plans to start that anytime soon from the property owner to the north.
To our very north,
Unless you know something that I haven't heard, which is
we're in
very possible.
communication with them, yes.
Hi, Matt Morris again. Yes, actually, the developer of Summerwoods is in negotiations and discussions with the McClure property, which is a property immediately to the north that would go all the way up to Moccasin Wallow. So they do have that property under contract or in due diligence on that property right now.
Okay. But it still would, if you started even today and got the property, we're talking 4 or 5 years before that got ready.
Yours too.
Just saying.
Potentially,
Same
we'd have to
thing
go
with Parish
through,
Lakes.
it would have to go through zoning and
Right.
the whole 9 yards with that, but that would provide some of those alternative access points eventually. And I mean, our overall project that we're coming to here for the 750 units, we've got a number of years of build out for that as well, so.
Okay.
Carol?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I mean, it looks like this is all a chess match right now, and you're getting everything in line. I mean, a commissioner had said that they weren't sure if that you would ever be able to sell, the units to the west, probably because you have no access. Well, that's your risk. And
That's right.
also, when you go to sell it, the people that are going to buy it will know that if you build it before this northern property gets started. But I'm thinking from being up here for years and seeing how long it takes for everything, except Fort Hamer Road. That's about the fastest I've ever seen anything in North County. I'm thinking this is still a few years down the road.
It
I
is.
mean, you're only 70% done with this other side, and then you got to. From what my experience up here, and everybody else knows this too, you got to start selling models before you get the loans to be able to start. So it's not like it's let's build them and then we got to go for 2 or 3 years east to that entrance. Hopefully everything will come into place. But I do have a question because other people are concerned. Why are you coming to us so early? Because of planning and the funding, and you can
Correct.
come anytime.
Yeah, it's been out there, as you said, it's been out there since 2014. We want to get the flexibility of the products in this section, so to pursue future developments to the north.
And is there any issues to the south? What's, I don't,
No, I don't believe so.
about, now,
No.
there's no neighborhood ties, because I'm sure those neighborhoods didn't want to be tied.
Yeah.
I mean, it used to be, we used to require it. Ron Getman started that,
Right.
remember?
We still do.
Yeah.
Code
Well,
hasn't changed. It's
Yeah,
still required.
but
We
they
have
come and
Buffalo
ask us
Creek.
not to, and we always approve that we don't allow them. I
Right.
mean, we say, okay, but you're right. But that was, and that would have been important to get it all moving, but,
That's our plan, to make this a complete planned community when we're done. Clip in some more and get the accesses and and to be able to have the flexibility. That's what I see this part for, is the flexibility, so we can do analyze it at its highest point.
And then I guess it's the McClure property to the north. They're going to be possibly coming before us with something that will coordinate with this.
That's correct.
Okay. And do you, as the developers, do you see these semi-detached units in the west coming down the road anytime within 4 or 5 years?
4
Possible?
years.
4 years? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, Betsy?
On the Sawgrass Road extension, obviously there's a big wetland there that would have to be dealt with in order to connect to the north, to build that road. Has there been any conversations with any agencies about crossing that wetland or an alignment for Sawgrass? Because I would guess that that is a major impediment to, Sawgrass right now runs, your right-of-way dedication runs just virtually at the western end, right?
That's right.
But if you look, it looks to me on the aerial to be a very large wetland system. Has there been any conversation with anyone about how you would deal with that large wetland system?
So we have not had any direct communication with anybody about that. I believe as part of the overall McClure properties that have been being looked at, I believe that they've had some conversations with county staff as well as SwiftMud regarding orientation for Sawgrass Road, because Sawgrass Road continues even north of Moccasin Wallow into the other McClure property. I don't want to say for sure, but my understanding is that there have been some conversations and some communication to that effect. I've not had any personally, and I don't believe that the developer of Summerwoods has. And then just for historical knowledge, prior to the current developer having ownership of Summerwoods, that's when Sawgrass Road was dedicated. So it was dedicated quite a while back. So those conversations were something that were had for this particular property prior to my involvement, Don's involvement, and our client's involvement right now. But again, like I said, we're working on due diligence on the portion of the McClure property immediately to the north, and I'm sure that's something we'll be discussing with staff as we move forward with that.
Is that a wetland? Is there a large wetland on the north part of your property there in that location?
It appears that there is. I don't know the full extent of that wetland. Nothing's been formally delineated there for the wetland. So again, that's something that we're going to have to vet out through the process of doing due diligence on the property to the north. And
You haven't done any permitting of that wetland for even development on your site at this time?
Have not, no.
Okay. You had mentioned about traffic calming. I don't know if we have the ability to ask for traffic calming on public roads. I mean, we know what we're going through with speed bumps, right? We know what we're going through. It's on this agenda. So do we have the ability to say, look, you're creating, a neighborhood street that is functioning like a collector because there's no other road. So can we say that road should be designed with speed bumps or with traffic calming? I mean, is that a possibility?
It's engineered dying.
And yes, I do think it's applicable because they're asking for a lot more units. Lot is a relative term. They're asking for more units, so I do think it's applicable.
More to come in the future.
That as we have more, the impact only gets worse for number of, could we say, geez, you need to address traffic calming? Or I heard the applicants say they would. I know we're so hesitant to ever stipulate anything anymore.
They just engineered
Unless my client kicks me in the backside, maybe Richard wants to say something about that. But
Here they come.
I think at this point, with this still being planned out and the lots laid out and everything like that, the client doesn't want to, especially commit to any particular device or method, okay, because they need to know kind of what works best. But it's maybe not just impediments to slow people down. It may be a narrower cross section where you lower the pavement width that gives them less wide open fields, so they travel more slowly. They're more inclined to travel slowly and be on the lookout for things like that. So I don't think our client is adverse to incorporating appropriate measures, but we would need to determine what's appropriate first, as opposed to locking down into something specific.
And Richard, you're a traffic expert. Get it, worked with you many times. I mean, you have a lot of driveways to cross here. When I say, when you come down from that cul-de-sac. So, there used to be a commissioner up here that wouldn't approve developments like that. Mr. Gatman absolutely refused to allow local roads to be used as quasi-collectors. So, do you recognize that there is an issue here? Because without a second means of access to the west, you're going past hundreds of individual driveways. I mean, that, to me, in today's development world, you rarely see that. So I know I'm probably saying more than I should, and you're not going to agree with me, but I just think that there has to be some way to mitigate that situation.
Can I comment
Go
on
ahead.
that? Yeah, I see very short, one of the traffic calming devices is to have very short blocks. And I'm looking at the plan, we could put stop signs at those cross sections of the minor streets. That would help a lot. And turning that, you typically don't have them, I agree with you, that does look like a minor collector road. But if we put stop signs at those intersections, even if it's not a cross intersection, and have a 2-point, 90 degree, and put stop signs along our short blocks, I think that would go a long way.
Okay. Well, we're so limited in what we can stipulate nowadays. So I've been trained. So I just wanted to make sure that this issue does get addressed. Thank you. Thank you, Don.
Okay, thank you all. Now we'll move on to staff presentation. I guess Jamie is...
Yes, Jamie. She's good.
Good morning, Jamie Schindewolf, Manatee County Planning. I have been sworn. I'm not going to touch on much because we've gone over a lot. And I think maybe Tom can speak to some of the things that were, oh, geez. Anyway, some of the things that were just asked. So just in brief, I think we all have a good understanding of where the site is located in the county. Has an extensive background. Hold on.
Getting me dizzy.
This is my presentation from when this came back in December. I'll just speak. Can you just take it off? So, back in December, this was approved for 562 single-family detached units. They are requesting an increase of 118 single-family detached and semi-detached units. So as we've discussed, they're adding a new unit type. They have some slight changes to their road and their pond layouts, and this will be a total of 750 units. The future land use for this area is UF3, allows a maximum of 3 units per acre gross. They are under that at 2.86 units per acre. The net maximum allowed is 9 units per acre, and they are under that at 3.44. So they are in compliance with our comprehensive plan densities in the UF3 future land use. One thing I do want to clarify for the record is the number of acres. Because there was a right-of-way dedication, the number of acres for this project is actually now 262.49 as was written in the ordinance. The only new specific approval request is for that reduction in the front yard setback. The plan was approved that way. However, we wanted to get on the record that that is a specific approval. It is a deviation from our code. And we have added that stipulation that says the purpose is satisfied to an equivalent degree because there will be adequate separation from the garage to the internal edge of the sidewalk. There will be 25 feet provided there. Mm-hmm. Staff sees a few positive aspects in this, in that it will diversify the housing stock in that area and that it's an increase in an already developed area instead of green space. However, of course, as discussed, 700 units with only one full access is quite a few and maybe an issue. Staff has done their best back in December to try to work with them and get a second means of access, provided the kind of odd road layout out in that area. I think we've discussed that fully. Overall, staff recommends approval with stipulations and is happy to take questions.
Commissioner Trace.
Jamie, are they entitled to the 200 increased homes?
Well, it fits within the density in our comp plan, so it's compliant.
Yeah, there you go.
Does that mean they're entitled? I mean, Margaret?
They're not entitled to it, they are allowed to request it.
Yeah.
Thank you. And Tom, we have good drainage access to Buffalo Creek, so we can keep it maintained and cleared? You're happy with that?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Trace, with Phase 1 southern boundary was right along Buffalo Canal itself. So yes, we did request, and that is part of the zoning ordinance for drainage and maintenance access easement along the portion of Buffalo Canal that is along the southern boundary of this project.
Okay, and you're happy with our access to the Buffalo Canal since it is a large drainage?
Yes.
Have we, this sawgrass, which I know technically is not part of this, but we're hoping would be an access road. There's a lot of wetland issues from the north and south.
Correct.
A lot.
Is that McClure property?
Well, not north, but not south.
I know,
South has
north.
some issues. It's,
Sorry for a second. I got two things I'm going to do. Mr. Chair, Commissioner Trace, with respect to, and this is basically a blown out area of the general area. As far as on-site, I believe the applicant at this point has identified that
45.
they are not to the point where they've got like a jurisdictional identification on any of the wetlands pertaining to phases 2 and 3. But as I believe you have brought up and Commissioner Benak has brought up, just in the general area concerning where it is on Buffalo Canal, there are some areas that are either acting as impoundments or wetlands within the general area. Obviously, we look to south of this particular project down towards Parish Lakes, at least the extent that's shown on this particular map exhibit. There are no wetlands, that are easily identifiable within this aerial within the proposed alignment of Sawgrass Road itself. Yes, I know, the pretty map. The sea of red that is shown on this particular map is the FEMA 100-year floodplain for the westernmost portion of this project, phases 2 and 3, and then obviously the delineation that spreads out further to the south and to the east on Buffalo Canal with respect to Parish Lakes. So that's certainly, along with the any jurisdictional impacts, the 100-year floodplain impacts pertaining to the future construction of Sawgrass Road.
yeah, there's a lot of water that gets held on this right through the middle, in between Moccasin Wallow and Erie.
Yep.
And it's not really a flood collector as much as a sheeter that goes then slowly into Buffalo Creek.
Yep.
All right, thank you, Tom.
Betsy?
Yeah, and thank you for putting this map up. So the way I look at this is they're looking to maximize the density that's allowed under the comp plan. So they can have smaller lots, which is the market. Get that. What I want to ask staff is, and Tom, you're back there. So we know a lot of it's floodplain. So they'll have to do floodplain compensation, right? This is for Tom. Where'd Tom go?
He's hiding.
He's hiding. Don't blame him. Well, then I'll ask the applicant that, because it's really the applicant as well.
Trying to dig up an example.
They have not yet, as I've seen on the plan, I didn't see large areas of floodplain compensation. But are they required to do, if they develop in this is the 100-year floodplain as you're showing in red?
Yes, yes.
So they will have to provide, by the rules that are in place right now, large areas of floodplain compensation.
Yes.
So I'm going to ask the applicant this.
Oh, we got Joel.
If you want to talk about environmental, it's going to be
I do? I wanna
environmental
ask about
consultant.
environmental.
Yes, I thought you might, so I grabbed him.
So,
But yes, we do have jurisdictional, we've had Swift Mud out and done the flagging, so.
okay. Well, that's good to know. So,
Yeah.
but I
Of
want to
course,
keep.
we'll have to do the floodplain
I'll do floodplain.
mitigation, yes.
So it's possible that you will not be able to develop all of these lots because you will have to provide areas of floodplain compensation. Is that a fair statement?
It's possible, but we're confident that we can, but yeah, we may not. As I said, we wanted to analyze it at not the whole peak, but somewhere more near the peak, so we have some flexibility. But it may not be developed out as on these smaller lots, and that's why we were erasing the lot lines. Go ahead.
And I'll ask your engineer, have you designed this portion of the plan to accommodate floodplain compensation?
Yes, we have, and we have, with our Swift Mud permit that we had for our Phase 1, our Swift Mud permit's actually for the whole site. So we have done a modeling effort on the whole site. We are providing sole use floodplain compensation areas in addition to our typical stormwater ponds. And we're providing the 50% runoff rate reduction. We will have to go back and modify that permit now because of the slight modifications that we have in the stormwater ponds. As Don mentioned, we do have a full jurisdictional determination that's been approved for the wetlands on the Summerwood site in phases 2 and 3. So those wetlands are essentially set in stone at this point from a regulatory standpoint. What I was referring to earlier when I said we didn't have the wetlands was on the McClure property to the north. There hasn't been a formal determination done for the wetlands on that particular property. But we have done a full wetland jurisdictional determination, have an approved Swift Mud permit for our phases 2 and 3 as well, and providing all the floodplain compensation that we need to provide for that.
Can you show that on your site plan? Because and I looked at it very briefly. I have to admit, I didn't see where it was labeled floodplain compensation or wetland impacts.
Shows it, I'll get it.
I don't know if that's the best one, but you can zoom into there and show us where the floodplain compensation and where that wetland impacts are.
Sure. So we do have, in Phase 1, we've got floodplain compensation areas flanking this larger pond here. I think this one's probably fine. Flanking this pond here. We've got a floodplain compensation area here, floodplain compensation area here. So that provides all the floodplain compensation that we needed for Phase 1, which wasn't as inundated with the floodplain as Phase 2 and Phase 3. And then it also provides some floodplain compensation for the Phases 2 and 3. And as of now, although we haven't shown it on this particular preliminary site plan,
Can you bring it
we
down a
are-
little? Map, there you go, okay.
we are speaking with Florida Power to get in and do some additional floodplain compensation areas within the Florida Power easement area to provide the additional compensation that we need for Phases 2 and 3.
And the wetland impacts in Phase 2 and 3?
The wetland impacts, I would say we have no actual wetland impacts in Phases 2 and 3. We've identified some potential buffer impacts as part of this application, but there are no wetland impacts with Phases 2 and 3.
So what looked like a wetland system in the northwest corner, and I'm asking your environmental consultant, is not actually a wetland?
Joel Christian for the applicant, I have been sworn. There is a wetland up in the very northwest corner. It's kind of hard to see on this aerial, or this site plan, but you can see the line that's right here.
Okay.
That is wetland L. It does extend off-site. We're working on the north property now to do the formal JD. Actually, here's a solid aerial.
Okay.
Good.
There you go. So the area labeled 617 is a wetland area. So the development itself, residential development, has no impacts to that. However, the reserved right-of-way, or whatever you want to call the right-of-way area through there, does traverse there. That's generally handled under separate permitting, the county as the applicant. Again,
Okay. And 420 is not wetland?
420 is upland and hardwood.
Oh, it is? Okay.
How is it not a wetland?
Okay, thank you. And I actually wanted to ask Tom to, and I think you did, I don't remember if you did it on the microphone, said that they will be required to do floodplain compensation at the time of actual construction plan. So even though we may not see it on this
Correct.
preliminary
With it being
site plan,
intent
that it will be required, that they do have floodplain compensation according to what that red map was.
Requirements.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Benek, 2 points to make. First off, yes, pursuant to the staff report, the present phase 1, and then the subsequent phases with 2 and 3, they will have to, balance out they will have to balance out the volume of impact created within the 100-year floodplain as shown on that map exhibit. And just speaking to Matt Morris in the background here about phase 1 development, and scoot it over just like that. That's all right. Phase 1 development, right now, that's already been reviewed, permitted, and under construction. There is a surplus of floodplain compensatory storage right now in phase 1 that would be subsequently utilized for impacts associated with phases 2 and 3. In addition to any additional floodplain mitigation, sole use floodplain mitigation areas that the engineer of record would be designing and permitting for the subsequent phases of this project.
Thank you.
Okay, Misty?
Yes, and I want to continue the conversation just a little bit, because when I saw the floodplain and started looking at the wetlands in the northwest corner, did I hear you correctly? There's only one small wetland that is at the very tip, the northwest tip, where Sawgrass Road may go through? Because this map that Tom highlighted with the roadways, I can't see it all now. If you push it down, I thought it showed another wetland.
It did.
Yeah, so push it down, and then over, does it say wetland H? Right there,
This is a large wetland here, yes.
right. Okay, and so when I looked at all of that floodplain and those wetlands, and then I see on your site plan, and you said this in the public hearing, that there are 0 wetland impacts. And you have a note on the plan that says there are 0 wetland impacts. So if there are any wetland impacts in the future, do you have to come back before this board?
There are wetland impacts within the overall. There was some small wetland impacts with phase 1.
But not,
That was approved with the previous preliminary site plan, has been approved through final site plan and construction plans. It's way over here on the east side.
Okay.
There are no other proposed wetland impacts at this point, because the site plan, preliminary site plan, does not show wetland impacts. It's our understanding that if we wanted to impact wetlands in the future, we would have to come back and get the board's approval for those wetland impacts.
Okay, so you will come back to the board if you have any wetland impacts. I think the
For
note
the
is a
residential
little,
development, I think there's some assumptions that there's wetland impacts possibly associated with Sawgrass Road right away.
I think the note is confusing.
Yeah.
It says there are no wetland impacts.
None proposed by the applicant with their residential development.
there you go.
Well,
The right-of-way shown for Sawgrass Road has been shown in that location
But you're not
from the
referring-
original approval.
Right.
No.
Sorry, I think with the note that you're referencing, this particular application is not proposing any additional wetland impacts above what was already approved.
that would have been better wording, I think, and so I asked staff, do we have an issue? Does that need to be cleaned up at this hearing? And now I'll just speak generally, like, I think I also saw a note that says there's no lighting along the streets. I bet there will be lighting along the streets sometime in the future, and I know you don't have to show the lighting now, but does the staff require that to come back before the board? Because we're approving a plan that says there's no street lighting?
Who's going to do it?
Do you want me to answer the wetland information
Sure.
first? Okay. All right. Kathy Davis, again with Environmental Review. I have been sworn. According to the cover sheet of the preliminary site plan, it does show that there are no wetland impacts at all for phase 1, 2, or 3, However, it does have different columns showing some temporary wetland buffer impacts and permanent wetland buffer impacts for both Phase 1 and 2 and 3. So that would need to be clarified because they just said something different than that, than what's showing on their cover sheet.
That's disturbing. Yeah, and that's what, yeah, I mean, I think we all understand that as we go down the road, it makes it a very challenging job then for staff to do their job, for everyone to understand what the board approved, for everyone to understand what the applicant intended. So, go ahead, Joel.
Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify that there are no wetland impacts at this point. Those have already taken place. So there's no wetland impacts proposed within the site plan as it's proposed currently. Those impacts have already taken place. Phase 1's already been approved through final site plan and through SWIFMUD. Where were proposed impacts, those have taken place.
I think that we need to pause for a moment because the table that is on the cover sheet says Phase 1 has no wetland impact. So I think that's just a mistake. So we need to maybe fix that and show, I mean, that's an existing condition. So it's difficult. We're not really looking at Phase 1 as part of this approval because Phase 1 has already gone through, I mean, it already has final site plans. Some of it is already platted. I mean, there's lots of progress that has already been made on that. So I think that we do need to maybe fix the table. Because if in fact there were wetland impacts, let's just show them so they don't say zero. Phase 2 and 3 is accurate, correct? That there are no wetland impacts in Phase 2 and 3.
None
Other than buffer. There's some buffers listed on the
buffer
table.
encroachments for fill slopes,
Right.
those types of things.
Mr. Chairman, the title of our item that we're considering is Summerwoods Phases 1, 2, and 3. So if we're not considering Phase 1, I would suggest that the title of the ordinance be changed. Okay, this has been a very complicated process. Originally, when we started this process, it was going to be a separate application, and we were only going to consider Phase 2 and Phase 3. Then as we went through the process, the county attorney's office advised us that that was probably not a good idea because Phase 1 was already in existence. So then we went around and we redid it, and we were having a new project number, we were having everything be different. Now we're going into a revision. So it is possible that some of these things don't make sense now because the way that the project originally started was not a revision to an existing site plan. We were just going to black out Phase 1 because Phase 1 is done. But the entitlements are already there for Phase 1, so that's why it was decided to go ahead and show it as part of it. But it's, as you notice, it's more black and it's a darker color because those things have already been approved way through the preliminary site plan process. They've already gone to final site plan. Many of them. I don't know, maybe all of them. All of it is already approved to a final site plan stage. So it makes it difficult when these projects continue to come in and have revision after revision because they just start building on each other, and it's hard to make this application be very clear as to what we're talking about when we have to include everything in one application.
I understand.
Yeah.
I do understand,
yeah.
but I still, in my role here today, I say
I
it
got
is
you.
very confusing. I think we put everyone in the future having to deal with this in a guessing game, and I don't think it's clear.
Yeah, and it is from way back in 2014. And I do believe it's an accurate statement, though, because we're updating this site plan. That's already been taken, so it's an existing condition now. So there are no additional impacts that have already taken place. So we have to consider that as the existing condition and move forward from where we're at today. May be
think we
confusing, but I
may-
think it's the proper way to call it, for lack of a better term.
And perhaps we need to, I mean, I don't think that this can be corrected in the next 5 minutes. So if it's important, and Sarah may give us an opinion, perhaps this needs to be continued so that the site plan can be corrected to correctly state what is and what isn't. I mean, I'm not going to be able to decide what needs to come off of the site plan in 5 minutes, and they're not going to be able to produce the revision in that length of time.
Mr. Chairman, I think that that's a great idea. But I do have one more question that's kind of relative to this example of what is phase one and phase two. So if we're not going to have, Joel, any wetland impacts in phases 2 or 3, because we're not identifying any of those today, am I clear in understanding that if there are any wetland impacts that you're not aware of today, that you're going to bring it back to this board for approval because of how it's been shown on the site plan?
Within phases 2 and 3, yes.
Okay.
I mean, there is the sawgrass right-of-way that's shown currently on the site plan that extends.
Rezone of a contemporary housing alternatives of Florida rezone request. Margaret, I guess you're going to read this.
Yes. Item number 8 is the 1980, excuse me, Contemporary Housing Alternatives of Florida, Inc. It is a rezone. This is a rezone of approximately 6.6 acres on 9th Street East, located at 5415 9th Street East in Bradenton. The current zoning is recreational vehicle park to the residential multifamily 16 dwelling units to the acre zoning district. It is a straight rezone. It is quasi-judicial, and Jamie Schindelwolf is the planner, and Mr. Bob Schmidt is here for the applicant.
Okay, thank you. There been any ex parte communication by anybody?
Nope.
Seeing nobody?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commission. For the record, my name is Bob Schmidt with Land Planning Associates, and I've been sworn. We're excited about bringing this to you. This is a project that the acronym CHAF, Contemporary Housing Alternatives of Florida, has been working with Jerry and her staff for a while. And in fact, I'm going to introduce in a minute, or ask him to come up in a minute, Jake Stowers, who actually came to you in the discussions about some affordable housing aspects and did a presentation when we were going through the public comment on that. This is their first project in Bradenton and Manatee County, and they have, as he will tell you, a track record in Pinellas County and St. Petersburg area. But what I'd like to do first is just orient you to the site. This is 9th Street East right here, 53rd Avenue right here, Winn-Dixie is right here, and this site's right here. It actually has RVP zoning. There's not much of that. This had CRV zoning at one time, and I did some due diligence work for a previous contract purchaser, and because it's not 10 acres, we couldn't develop it for an RV park. So we had RV park zoning, but couldn't do an RV park on it. And that being said, I think what's come along now is a better alternative. It's a perfect spot for multifamily. It's on Bus Route 8 on 9th Street East. It's walkable to grocery shopping, and it's just a good spot for a project like this, for a company that builds a high-quality project. So with that, I'll come back up, and I'm going to turn it over to Jake, and he's going to tell you a little bit about what CHAF does.
Good morning, y'all. For the record, Jake Stowers, Contemporary Housing Alternatives of Florida, Inc., and I have been sworn in. And as Bob was saying, again, CHAF Property, we have been around since 1992. We're a designated nonprofit. We're a designated community housing development organization for Pinellas County. We currently manage 14 properties within Pinellas County, all affordable housing. We have about 555 units. We do our own management, we do our own maintenance, and we do our own compliance. So we have a long history of doing these types of projects. And all of our projects are very high quality. To give you an example, we had a Fannie Mae loan come due for refinance. It was it was $11 million loan. And if y'all don't know, Fannie Mae actually comes out and they inspect all of our units, all of our buildings. So we had, in that, it was about 430 units. It was an $11 million refinance. And when they come back, you have to set aside X amount of dollars to improve your property, get it up to their standards. You have a year to do it. We only had to set aside $12,000. And that was just for some sidewalk repair, some low-hanging branches. So that gives you the idea of the kind of quality, the kind of projects, the kind of housing we offer to our residents of Pinellas County. And this is our first project in Manatee. We wanted to do many more down here, where this project, I hope is going to be it'll be a flagship project. It's going to be big enough. We're going to have on-site office, on-site staff, and we can look at other pieces in the road and use this as kind of our south hub to run more affordable housing projects down here. I can entertain any questions, if you have any about Chaff or about, yes.
Misty has a question. I think it's in her district.
Yes, it is, and I'm very pleased to see this project. It's desperately needed. It's a Res 16 future land use category. It's, I think, appropriately positioned. It's near transit. It's a good site. But I do have a question. Can you tell me the name of the project that is just to the east? The PDR zoning? Bob, do you know what that is?
The east, would that be the?
The parcel that accesses up of State Road 70.
Yes.
I think it's called Huntington Woods. I could be wrong, but I
Is it
think
multifamily?
it's like single family. They're like no, it's like 3 or 4 units that are attached.
Yeah, you're right, that's what it is.
Oh,
You're
yes, and I've got a picture of that. And you have
Glen?
not
Heatherwood, that's what it is.
She knew.
Oh, yeah.
you've not heard you had any contact with them or
No.
Nothing.
We did not
Okay.
do a neighborhood meeting, but we did not hear from anybody during the process.
right? And you're asking for a straight rezone, which I understand that we can't. There's not a site plan that we're going to hold you to, but just out of curiosity, do you have any elevation drawings that kind of show us your product and what you normally build? And
Yes, we do.
Well,
what you expect?
I didn't bring anything that we normally build. I did present that a couple months back. I don't know if y'all remember some of the product, but I do have the elevations for this project. And I do have a site plan that we're working on if you want to.
I just don't know if we're allowed to.
Are you?
We're not allowed to consider that as evidence.
Right.
So you're better off
I'll be down
visiting with staff
Yeah.
privately to go over that.
Okay.
Crazy.
Betsy.
But elevations you're allowed to.
Elevation.
That's a straight rezone. I think that's what you're saying.
Yeah.
So, but, you're going to meet all of the code requirements?
Yes, ma'am.
And, well, I'm excited too about this. I mean, this is a great neighborhood because there's schools. We just did a lot of improvements to 9th Street East. If you guys drive that road at all, like I do sometimes, it's a really nicely improved road. I believe there's sidewalks on both sides of the road, right? And you're going to comply with other, is it in the floodplain? I was trying to look for that. Is it in a floodplain?
I do not believe so. I do not believe so, no.
Get Tom back out.
I think it is, but you will have to comply with whatever floodplain regulations are in effect. Tom's going to show it.
Poor Tom. Renamed him.
It is.
He loves it.
Future. All right. Sea of blue again. Actually, could I have that zoomed out just slightly, please? Thank you. Mr. Chair and fellow commissioners, here we go. The first map exhibit is today's FEMA flood insurance rate maps effective as of 2014. The areas you see in green on this map are those areas and they're designated within a 500-year floodplain. However, based upon the preliminary data from the Bowleys Creek Watershed Management Plan, the areas in blue, and there is just slightly some along the southern boundary of this project, predominantly from ditches that are running along the eastern and southern boundaries of this project. So yes, there would be some 100-year floodplains shown on this project, but obviously, as seen from this exhibit, there's not significant coverage within this property.
And the question for the applicant will design to meet all of the current code standards, including floodplain requirements.
That's correct. And there's been some work, Allison Engineering has been doing some of that work as we speak, and this final site plan has been worked on.
Well, I just congratulate the applicant for finding property that works. And also congratulate our staff for updating our zoning code so it works. Doesn't always happen that way. So, thank
It's
you.
a win-win.
I just want to conclude by saying that I read Jamie's staff report. I think she did a good job, and working with Jerry's staff again has been very very fruitful. So if you have any other questions, we'd be happy to answer. Other than that, I just ask for your approval. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
At the appropriate time, after you take public comment, I would like to make a motion to approve as staff has recommended, and I thank the applicant very much for coming to Manatee County.
I think you can make it now.
Yeah, go ahead.
Make it now.
You want to make the
Go ahead,
motion?
make it
No,
now.
we don't want to make motions until after we conclude the public hearing.
Actually did it at
I'm done putting up with that, folks.
Okay.
No
we-
motions
did it
till we
earlier.
conclude.
Okay,
We
need-
did it
okay,
earlier. We
okay.
did it earlier, Sarah.
Staff
I'm
presentation.
now saying you're not going to do it
Consistent.
anymore,
Right,
okay?
you
We're
gotta
really
be
out of order. If the chair doesn't, I will.
Commissioners, don't think you overrule her. You don't.
Yeah, well, she
Just
did
saying.
it. She didn't say it at the previous
Jamie,
motion.
could you give us a nice long presentation, please?
I would love to. Jamie Schindel with Manatee County Planning. I have been sworn. I'm not going to get up. I do want to reiterate what was said, that this perfectly fits the future land use for the area. And because of our process improvements in March of this year, this zoning is now possible. And there was a question about public comments. I have, obviously you don't have anything in your packet, because the only thing that I have gotten are just some clarification calls and one email that asked me what happened at Planning Commission. So we haven't had a lot of attention from the neighbors in any negative way. Thank you.
Meant to be.
Okay. Thank you. At this point, we will open it up to public comment. If there's anybody in the public that would like to come down. Seeing nobody come down, we will close public comment. Jamie, any long closing statements? Bob, any, no? Okay. We're ready for a
Misty.
motion now.
Speak now or forever hold your peace.
Mr. Chairman, motion to approve the project as staff has recommended.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion passes 7-0. Great project, looking forward to it. Thanks,
The
guys.
easiest one ever, Bob.
Good job, Jerry.
Yeah.
I don't know if we can do this. If y'all wanted to see what he's got.
It's a lobby.
Well, let's wait till, well,
Off the record.
Off the record.
yeah. We're about ready to break. We're about ready to take a break, so maybe we can take a look at it. Yeah.
So that concludes the agenda items except for the 1:30 time certain. Maybe we could do commissioner comments at this point.
Yeah, well, regarding, with our briefings, and we know this new, and I talked to Sherry about this, we know the state law is coming down that within a certain time frame, if they aren't approved, then it's automatically approved, et cetera. And I know we had 2 meetings this month, so staff wasn't able to meet with us to go over briefings, which I desperately rely on, but I understand, and I came in here yesterday and worked on it for a few hours, and I got through it. But we are going to have to be looking, I was talking to Sherry, they're going to have to look at the way that surmise their reports to us in our agenda packets, et cetera. And as you know, this may require staff in the future, but we'll have to find out later. Also, this is heavy duty on the attorney too, because we'll be doing hearings every 2 weeks if the growth keeps going like it is. So that's something we can talk about later, and
We don't.
I wonder, I'll bring up.
Verification of all this? I don't know what you're talking
Yes,
about,
you do.
Carol. No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Well, this
Everybody
commissioner
else
doesn't.
does.
How about that?
Yeah, sure.
Can you
Um,
clarify
I'm
what
sorry.
you're saying?
Yeah, there is state Sarah, thank you.
Our office wrote a detailed memorandum on the issue of completeness, and we hope to work with staff, and Mr. Bernard offers us a meeting. I know he's very busy and hasn't had time to talk to us yet, but when he does have time to talk to the county attorney's office, we're willing to coordinate with him on how this will be implemented. Right now, I believe he's working with Sherry on some plan.
They don't know what's been implemented.
But there is no,
What do we specifically have to implement, specifically?
well, it's a 10-page memo,
Oh.
but basically, there's a 180-day review period. What's critical is the completeness review.
Right.
We're advising staff, if you find something incomplete, you have to cite a code section. It's not something you wish you would get. And the clock doesn't start running until it's deemed complete. So completeness could take several months, first of all.
Right.
So it might actually be longer than 180 days. But when it's deemed complete, then you have to go timely PC and timely to board.
Right.
All memo says we do not believe the FAR legislation take away the quasi-judicial authority of this board and say everything's deemed approved. But that will have to be litigated by some jurisdiction in the future.
And it will be.
I mean, there are many issues that will be litigated in the future.
So you have prepared a 10-page memo that was sent to all of us?
Yes.
Perhaps I missed it.
Yeah, we'll send it.
We haven't got
It was
yet.
right like the day after the,
Oh, right,
you got
right.
back from the break, or,
Yeah.
it was very close to when you just got back from the
Right.
summer break.
Did it come from you, Sarah?
From the county attorney's office, myself, and Bill Clegg.
And it specifically addressed the House bill?
Yes.
Yes.
I don't
It's
remember
kind of
seeing
an
it.
involved memo, and I can't get into, a whole thing
No,
right now,
no,
but
I-
we can send again when I get up there.
And what
Please,
Sherry told me
please.
the other day was, well, if something, and if we are getting slammed and if there is no action, then it's automatically approved. So that's what the staff
Well,
is trying
we're
to.
disputing that. There's no automatically approval. That's just been misstated, okay?
Yeah, well, okay, well, we'll
Well,
get
we're
into all
working
that
with,
later.
we're really working with Mr. Bernard when he has time to coordinate with us.
Right.
We're actually awaiting his
Right.
cooperation.
Okay. Well, if there's any issues with cooperation, then I'm sure Sherry's listening to that, so hopefully we'll get that resolved. And the only other thing I was going to bring up under comments, and it wasn't land use, but I was going to bring it up the other day, but it was too late. We all met with, or Meals on Wheels met with all of us. I assume they met with all of us. And the bottom line is they can't fund the food bank. They can continue doing the Meals on Wheels, but they've expanded their program, and now they're like $800,000 or $900,000 short. I asked how much the program's costing. So anyway, I said, well, and their comments were, do you want a food bank or not? And we have an organization in Tampa that is doing this, but I'm not going to get in the middle of all this. And I said, I would never make commitments for this kind of money. And everybody is raising their hands, Steve. You're not looking, so behind you too. So anyway, I know we have to bring this up in the future, and Sherry has met with them a couple times, and she's also met with them with the Manatee Community Foundation people. And I guess what she said is, okay, we've met, so bring me something, a resolution or what you want to do, and they haven't done that. So anyway, that will be coming up in the future, and she's prepared to work with all of us and them, but I can't find that money. We gave them $200,000 a few years ago, and I know other agencies are trying to help them. Do I want a food bank? Yeah, but I don't know if it may be the
You have
same.
it from Tampa.
Okay.
Yeah, we have guys in Tampa.
Right.
Reggie?
I
So I
agree
want
on
to
that.
I want to speak about this because I've heard from is it Feeding Tampa Bay?
Yeah.
With Diana Dio.
Sherry gave her all of our phone numbers.
Yeah, right.
To call us all.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, maybe that's something new. And I've also talked to individuals from the
Meals on
food
Wheels.
bank, and they're setting up the meetings. It sounds like a political catastrophe in my
Totally.
opinion. And one thing that I have expressed to them, it sounds like a divorce that's taking place, and then the kids are the one that suffer. And it sounds like individuals, and not just in my district, but in our community, that have this need are about to be impacted because
Totally.
individuals cannot come to the table
Right.
and find a way to come to a solution so we can continue to impact the lives of the constituents that serve with this particular need. So I'm not necessarily sure, but when I spoke to them, I want to make sure it was the correct entity. But yes, they say they weren't asking for money.
No,
They were not asking for money. So what is it that you're looking
Well,
for?
That's how much it costs to run it, they told me, though.
I know, but what is it that they're asking? Because we have meetings that they're setting up. So what are they asking for?
Money. They don't
They
say
told me
it.
they weren't asking
I
for
know, I know.
Enough.
Maybe you can shed some.
Betsy?
Thank you. Yeah, and I've talked to both Diana Dill. I've talked with many people that are involved, not just Mary Beth and Bambi, though I've talked to them, who are on the board.
We've all talked to them.
I've talked to some of the food banks. I talked to Shirley Pearson.
Right.
She was blown away when I told her that
Deal with
now she's going to have to get her food from Tampa.
And that's a
She
concern.
said, I can't do that.
Right.
She said, I can't do that. The USDA has taken the contract
Right.
from Meals on Wheels. The Plus thing is all a done deal. They've sold all of that. They backed off on it. That is not the deal. Feeding Tampa Bay has taken over, and they have the right to do that. Feeding Tampa Bay has the right to do that, to say, you are no longer, Meals on Wheels, going to operate this food bank. We are going to do it out of Tampa. We've taken the USDA contract, and guess what? Your food banks down here, if they want a delivery, they have to pay for it. $200 for a delivery.
Yeah.
Our smaller food banks cannot afford that.
My concern, right
There may be nothing we can do. I told them point blank
Food before.
that we're not going to take this over. They did not ask me that, but I said that we were not going to take it over.
Yeah.
But I think there's so much misinformation being spread
Yes.
Right.
about this that it's political, like you say. It is not political to our small food banks. They are
No.
going to be going without
It's a
food.
disaster. It's going to shut them
my
down. That's what my concern
That's
is.
why I brought
And
this up.
it is what's been happening. Feeding Tampa Bay did the same thing in Pasco County.
Yep.
I was told, talk to somebody, and I won't mention her name, it's a local person, and get input. She'll tell you that it is working out fine. She told me the exact opposite.
Right.
She said it's not working out fine,
Correct.
that this is going to have significant impacts. I've heard horror stories about what people can get for food. I don't want to be in the middle of it, but at the same time, we are all being asked because it is going to impact people in our constituency, and I'm concerned about it. I've heard some wonderful things about Feeding Tampa Bay. I heard that yesterday I heard that they're going to provide meals, dinner, to all the Boys and Girls Club. Hot meals. They're going to come down and provide that free of charge. I was like, wow, that's pretty cool. I heard that yesterday at a Kiwanis board meeting. So there are good things. There are bad things. I don't really know what our role is. I have tried to discuss this with many people, but I also heard anecdotally, well, they made their bed, now they have to lie in it.
See, and that's what I'm.
I didn't hear
Not
that.
make their bed.
Oh, Tampa took it.
Tampa
did
took it over.
Yeah.
They were forced in this situation. They looked at going into Sarasota for
They did. They
joining
tried
the
everything.
All Faiths Food Bank,
Right.
which is totally on its own
Right.
and does wonderful
something
things.
totally
I went to
separate,
some of these back-to-school things. All Faiths was providing the food.
Right.
Oasis Church, up off of Lorraine Road.
Yeah.
People were taking carts full of food. I said, oh, that's so wonderful. All Faiths Food Bank. Because they're available, they have the food, they're helping people in Manatee County. It is a shift. I don't know what we can do about it. We've got to accept the reality, but we also have to listen to our smaller food banks like Shirley Pearson. We know what she does. All the Publix food that used to come to Meals on Wheels now goes to Tampa.
And it has
We don't
to.
have access to it. It all
Yeah.
goes to Tampa.
No.
It has to come back. All
Right.
the Manatee Publix
Diana should be
goes to
ashamed
Tampa
of
now.
herself.
So it's just a reality. It's a mess. What do we do about it? But I don't want to throw anyone under the bus. And that's, I literally
We're
talked
the-
to all,
They're all talking.
Diana
about it.
Dill, Bambi, I saw her when I was getting my hair cut, and then I talked to Susie Bowie at Kiwanis, and I talked to Diana Dill at Kiwanis.
Good.
There's a lot of moving parts, so I would just ask us maybe to listen to our constituents and see if we can help them. Maybe Feeding Tampa Bay and
What a
we've
great
met with them,
thought.
and they have said their goal is to decrease food insecurity.
Right.
Yay. I'm all for that. And maybe it is a matter of time. Maybe it's, bumpy road while we go through this transition. But it maybe getting them with the right people. I don't know, but I hope I provided some
Yeah,
clarity.
and they came to us desperate. I'm sure when you all met, they were desperate. They were, Meals on Wheels, our food bank people. And then you hear the other side, and I said, I am not getting in the middle of this. But Sherry has been working with Community Foundation and Meals on Wheels and the other. She's got the whole picture. She thought I was going to bring it up at the end of the day, but we're asking comments now. But I think we as a board, though, need to be on the same page and all have the same information.
Me.
That's why I brought it up.
I think I was on the board next.
I brought it up. It was my comment. That's why I responded to Betsy.
You have to wait your turn.
I responded to Betsy.
Vanessa?
Thank you. I met with them. They never said to me that they wanted us to take it over. They're looking to try and figure out a way to help some of these smaller food banks. They sound desperate because they know there's a lot of people in our county that aren't going to be getting any more food. They also gave each of you a list, I believe, they did me, of the different areas in each of our districts that received food, and I have 6 of them in my district. I can tell you that in speaking, and Betsy, I thank you for what you said, because I've done the same. I've checked with some of them, and they're all terrified because Tampa doesn't work with them. Tampa came in here and just basically took the contract over And because of the contract, unless you're a particular type of provider, you don't get any food from Tampa. So that's the issue. That's what's leaving so many of our people without any food. I appreciate, Commissioner Whitmore, that you talked to Sherry Corrier. I did too. But you know what? The problem is, it is our responsibility because it's people in this county that are not going to be getting food. So we do have, I don't know what the answer is, and I didn't commit to anything. I will not call Diana Dill and talk to her. I don't think she'd like what I'd have to say at this point, because you know what? You need to realize what you're doing before you do it and how many people you're affecting when you do it. And I don't think that was done. So it is sad. I sat on their board for many years. I think I'm the only one up here on this board that did. It's a great organization. They've helped a lot of people. I don't know what the answer is, but I can tell you this much. I'm not in the clique. I don't want to be in the clique. I want to help people. So I don't know what the answer is, but we're going to have to figure something out. Not necessarily money from the county, although we certainly give a lot of money in this county, taxpayer money, to a lot of nonprofits, don't we? So, you know, we need to look at something. I'm not saying that's the answer, but we do need to be looking into trying to help some of these food banks now that are not receiving food. So, you know, it's not so cut and dry.
Nobody said
You
it
know,
was.
well,
That's why
yes,
we're here.
yes, you did.
That's why we're here.
So
We need to talk
my
about
point
it.
is, and I've got the floor, you're going to need to help come up with a solution. Talk to Danny Cacciati in Mayaca. You know, it's all over the county. Every district is affected. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So I also have been hearing about this from a variety of people, and I would ask that our board just take a deep breath for right now
need to
and
take a deep
let's get all of the facts,
Right.
because we don't have all of the facts. I will tell you that my district and probably Reggie's are the most affected. I have people who are very scared. I have talked to farmers who used to bring cases of leftover potatoes and cucumbers, and now to make them go to Tampa and come back, they're not sure it's even worth it. So I think we just all need to pause and let's get all the facts, and I'm confident that we'll be able to work something out for the best of the people.
Reggie?
Yes, with this type of situation, I don't think we should, I agree with the pause, but we have to be clear that we intend to be in front of this.
Yes.
Not
Yes.
behind it.
Agreed.
Because of entity or individuals losing food.
Right.
And for us to sit and say, I agree with the pause, but I don't think we can't say we can't do anything about this. Just like they have their political influence, we're politicians. We should have some way that we can say, this is for our community. We got to find a way to make this work. Facts, I have over 20 food banks
God bless you.
in my district.
Right.
God
They
bless
told
you.
me facts that it's going to be shut down
Yeah.
by December if we don't find a way. Another fact, as far as known knowledge, one of the individuals used to be the executive director of one, and now is the leader of the other.
So you should.
So
Exactly.
my concern with that right there is that you know the potential impact of this. And I need a solution. So if you've had your head and you've led over here and now you're leading over here, what is the solution to assure that not just my 20, not the 20 entities in my district, but our entire community will be served?
Right.
You have to tell us something.
Right.
We need to know that.
Good
We
point.
could come to a work session Feeding Tampa Bay and the others should come to a work session just so we have all the information, because we're all getting met with individually and we're not on the same wavelength. Just like
And I'm not going to interrupt anybody. I'll wait my turn, but I don't think this should be done on telephone calls and emails and things like this. This is our public that's about to be impacted.
Right.
It should be out in front at a workshop, or they should come tell us what's really going on. And it's not being done.
I don't.
The food bank buckets that are in our building right now, every
They
floor,
go to our local one.
is that where, are they still going to a local one, or are they
Yeah, they're
going to
still
Tampa? Does
operating.
anyone know?
I don't know.
I asked
I don't
them.
know.
They're
I'm just
still
asking.
operating. I asked them. They moved to 53rd, which I didn't know. They have 3 sites now. They closed the one by Tropicana, which I didn't know. But they do have Cindy. We all know Cindy Sloan. She's operating one on 53rd.
I guess the only answer I was told is December is when the
Shut
USDA
down.
deliveries are going to stop, and it isn't going to be worth it to run a food bank here, is what I've been
Costs so
told.
much.
They can't do it without that major, the boxes are good, but they shut down the warehouse because they had all the problems, they had to move. And then now, and Vanessa may know this way better than I do. That's what I've been told. They're at danger of even having that.
So I put food in there, occasionally, especially around the holidays, as we all do. Just curious. Thank you.
Okay, Vanessa?
Well, it's really sad because December's right around the corner, and December, of course, Christmas is in that
Holidays
month,
and things like that,
and
people
Thanksgiving,
are gonna
right before it. So basically what we have here is a situation where right when we want our citizens, a lot of our citizens, to be able to enjoy and celebrate the holidays with their loved ones, they might not have any food. And it's all because that, like Publix and some of these other places, cannot give food unless it is a member, the food bank is a member of this.
USDA.
It's not USDA, it's something else, I forget the name of it. So I agree with Reggie. This is a major issue for this county. It is not something where we can just look at Susie at the Manatee Community Fund and expect it to be taken care of. It's not any of that. It's going to take all of us looking at this issue and coming up with a solution. And there's bound to be one.
Right.
There's got to be one. This is a very giving county. And if it's set up properly, I'll bet you that a lot of people in this county would be willing to contribute food on a continuous basis to make sure that others are fed. So, it's very sad. I didn't know it had gotten to that. I did know that the food bank was dealing with a situation. I did know that, but I didn't know how extreme and how critical it had become. So I was very sad to hear that. And you can ask Mickey, who's in the audience. I mean, they came in my office right after I had that meeting with Bambi and I can't remember.
Mary Ann.
No, not Mary Ann. Mary Beth.
Mary Beth.
Mary
Oops,
Beth.
I knew it was Mary
And
Beth.
I was extremely upset with what all I had heard. And, to sit back and Sherry, I just found out, I didn't know this, but she's on the board for the United Way.
For years.
Sherry Corrier.
Yeah, that was.
So, I'm sitting back going, there's bound to be some way that we can make sure the people in our county, that the food bank is still there to service others. The whole thing, it's a takeover. Tampa Bay just wants to come in and take it over in Manatee County. I'm sorry, I don't live in Tampa. Okay? I live in Manatee County. So, we need to look at it. We need to be very involved. I don't know the solutions, but I think the county administrator needs to be looking at a solution other than going along with Tampa Bay. We need to look at it from a Manatee County standpoint. So, and I'm not saying she's not. I don't know, what's going on with the county per se, but it is something that we need to look into and be more involved. Thank you.
Betsy?
Yeah, I don't know if I'm just, while we're talking, looking through some of my emails, and I did get an invite from the CEO of Feeding Tampa Bay. Is he setting up meetings?
Yes.
Of course he is. He was told to.
I do agree that we get everybody in one room. I don't want to be,
That's
I
right.
met with him before. It was kind of telling to me when I met with him before that he had.
Here's the boss.
Hey, come on up, Sherry.
No, and I'm going to comment on this. I am not going to meet with him. I'm going to decline
Not
this.
either.
I agree.
Just do
The
one.
last time he came down, he brought a high-powered lobbyist. It kind of was a little bit interesting to me. I do not agree that it's our role to solve this problem, but I do think that we can convene people and get all the information at the same time. I don't agree with what Commissioner Braun said, that it's our role to solve this problem, but I would like to have a discussion where we at least understand.
Clear.
Because it does affect our people.
Yeah.
So I'm going to decline this with the hope that we can get Thomas Mance, Diana Dill, and Meals on Wheels.
Mary,
Folks, all in one room, if possible, to at least educate us, talk about what the options are, what the timing will be, and food banks. I don't think that that's an inappropriate thing for us to do, but I do want to have the disclaimer that we're not taking it over.
No,
Right.
no,
Okay.
we're
We're
not.
not.
So I'm declining this invite right now.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I did not hear what you were talking about, so, but I was walking past and then I caught what you were saying, so I stopped in but I know what you're talking about. And I can convene those organizations, and I would also ask the board permission to have the Community Foundation and United Way Suncoast as a part of that group as well. They're a larger funder on their private side donors, and that is probably a bigger impact than, any of us.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, with what she just said, Sherry, I would ask also that you ask the local food banks that have been getting food to be a part of that as well, because they're the ones that are truly affected.
Sure. Okay. Yep, I'll work on it.
Because
Yeah.
is anybody before me? I don't want nobody to start swinging.
I've given up on the rulers.
I think I was.
Ladies first, go ahead. Go ahead,
You
Misty.
do that, you'll be here all day.
No, if you were going to call me, I was just going to say thank you, because that's what we need. Get everybody in the same room, have a discussion, understand the facts, because we're all kind of guessing at what's happening and the timing of that. So thank you.
So my thing is, because the deadline is in December, and I know we already have a lot of things that we're trying to address, if possible, can we attempt it to get it done in a timely fashion? So if there are actions or things that can take place to make sure we address it before the cutoff December deadline, we can. I'm just
I
asking.
understand the urgency. I'll get it
Sure.
taken care of.
Perfect.
Mr. Boss?
Mr.
I
Boss.
think,
Just a
are you
special.
playing with that, or are you putting that?
I'm playing. She's gonna hit with it. Just, and Sherry, I know we try to always do work sessions, on Thursdays or whatever, but if you need something special, I think this is important enough, because both sides have met with all of us, and we just need everybody in a room together. Okay.
I will do it.
Okay,
all I
no other,
have.
that's it. Reggie, you have anything?
Nah, that was it. And I did have one thing about the things that's taking place out on Moccasin Wallow with the land. Is it just me, or we don't see that we have the need for roads that need to be developed? Because we did not see, I did not see any south access points at that. And maybe it's me. Maybe I don't understand it. I'm not a planner. That's not my background. I am concerned that we're moving. We have these developments, and one of the statements that were made earlier is that if some are already approved.
Sherry may want to come back for this if she's.
And I'm just asking, because I know the traffic buildup when we experienced Irma out there in that area, and individuals, was it Irma or Michael, one of them, and going through the evacuation sites and how people were trying to come and go. Now we're going to put 180 or possible 200 homes, and there's only, 1.5 access points and to the north, maybe Sawgrass Road, nothing to the south. This is just me. I'm just.
Betsy can answer
Can I
that.
comment?
Priscilla was first, I think.
That's a problem out there. Number one, a lot of it's the gated communities. To the south, there's Copperstone, which is a gated community, so you're not going to get it. They're gated to the east themselves. For me to go to Foxbrook, which is touches my property, but for me to actually drive there, I have to go out, get on 62, drive 4 miles to the west. Take Spencer Parish is the fastest route, which is very small. Go 2 miles, or not, maybe probably not 2 miles, but a good 1.5 miles, 2 miles. Get on Rutland Road, take a left, and go another 4.5 miles. To literally, to get to Foxbrook, which is only, as a crow flies, less than 100 yards from the back of my property. It's a 7-mile drive. There are no north-south, east-west connector roads. The one that planned, Rye Road, they always say it's going to go all the way to the county line. They will never be able to afford to probably go across to Gamble Creek. They're already saying that that's probably $1 million and a half just to get across to Gamble Creek. So I don't see that road ever getting built, and that's the only one I know that's even planned out there. So it's just, as, you know, it kind of depends. Someone will take the property, there's really no platted roads to speak of, and then it's kind of, they're gated, ungated, connectivity. You basically, we all kind of were talking up here to go from Summerfield, if you were on that far west side, to get out. I'm figuring it's going to take you 10 minutes just to get to Moccasin Wallow, if approved as is, which they are entitled to do today, as is.
Right.
It's 10 minutes just to get to Moccasin Wallow, which is only half a mile or less to a big school entrance, so you already have traffic backing up right there anyway.
Well, I guess my question is, if we see this and we know this, and what forward planning or what can we do as
That's gonna have to answer that one.
Our attorney's looking at it.
I mean, be quiet or?
No, she's looking on your comments.
It's
all
It's just
legal.
me, I think we may be headed into a bigger problem if we're not careful.
Yeah, well, I mean, you saw the map that he showed up there with the little dash lines, that future thoroughfare map. So the county does have a long-range plan for roads. But you know what long-range plans are?
Long-range plans.
That markers on a map, that's what I was trying to say.
Okay.
You know, that's what that is. It's a long-range plan. There's no plan for construction until you get to the capital improvement plan. And that's when you have to have all of the money in the bank, like we talked about,
Right.
to build these roads, which, what's the estimate for Moccasin Wallow? I mean,
The last I heard, just from the school to 301, when we were looking at it last year, was $14.5 million.
yeah.
And that's the short part.
And the project that we're working with Neil on was like 22 million or something like that?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, so
But
this
that's
is the
half, that was
problem.
half.
And where do we get the money from to build roads? Impact fees. Why aren't the roads built before the houses? Because the houses pay the impact fees when they're being CO'd. Doesn't work to build the roads ahead of time. You know, you heard about Sawgrass. So Sawgrass is a little hunk of right-of-way in a planned development.
In the middle of a wetland.
That's all it is. I would guarantee that Sawgrass will not be built
Never
where
be
that
built.
right-of-way is because of the wetland there
Yeah.
to the north. So I think we need a work session to explain this from staff's perspective. I am not the expert. We need a work session with Clark to talk about this so you can understand. But yeah, all this growth, we've known about it since the comp plan was adopted in 1989. And I'll just tell a little story. When I was a planner back in the day, I remember saying to the planning director, we really don't have a plan for building the road. She goes, but we have concurrency. We have concurrency. Concurrency said at the time that you had to have the road in place before the development happened. That might have been the way it was in 1989, but it sure isn't the law today. So do we have a plan for building out these roads and taking care of it? I'll defer to staff when we have our work session, but it's probably time because the questions you're asking, you know, you need answers to them and the reality check.
So I understand about the money and things like that, but can we at least have a design and an idea?
We don't own the property.
Yeah,
It costs money to design.
tons of money.
Yeah,
Like
lots.
Tons of dollars.
But I think we all agree up here, it's time to underscore the need for planning in this community. Proactive planning for the future. We can't just respond to building, we've got to plan for the future.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that, you know, Betsy's right. But the bottom line is, who sets the policy? We do.
Who controls the
So,
money?
but there are Florida statutes, I mean, the growth management laws that we have to go along with. But that being said, a lot of the things that we're talking about, we set the policy on, don't we? And we've had a lot of growth. We do need to look at the roads. I think we need a workshop. We need to pay special attention to what we're doing. I think we've kind of gotten maybe perhaps a little carried away Although you can't make a developer build a road.
No.
That's what I hear, that you can't do it. So what alternatives do we have? By the way, the growth management bill in 2011 was done because of, and Betsy, help me here. I might not get this exactly correct, so I might need help. I'm going to say it.
I have to be very careful there.
I know.
Certain lawsuit.
Oh, yes. Re-election 2020. You know, the growth management bill was done because of the downturn in the economy. It wasn't meant to be a permanent situation, from what I have been told by others. I don't know. Maybe that's changed and it is now supposed to be permanent. I don't know. I haven't had those conversations. So is it a conversation that perhaps we should have? I'm asking. I don't know. I wasn't here in 2011. I wasn't in Tallahassee in 2011 that I recall. So I don't know everything that took place. But I do know that I don't think there's a developer out there that wants to see our roads not have solutions. And I think, I mean, we just saw that with Pat Neal. He was in here wanting to, you know, help build Moccasin Wallow, willing to go into a public partnership with us. And that's what it's about. And I think a lot of the developers would want to do that. Some of them are not big enough to carry it to that extreme, but you know, perhaps we need to start thinking more out of the box on how we can move forward with some roads that we know need to be built to help the congestion that we're having. Again, that's our job. It's what we're here for. The people elected us to do it. So we need to look at it. I don't know the answers, but, and Betsy, did I handle that correctly? I mean, did I say it correctly? I want to make sure I did, but truthfully. She says, I'm not touching that.
Where's the money? He says, well,
What's the question?
Right, state law.
Mike Behan,
I don't know.
bless his heart, you know, we have the money if we want to go get it. You know, we've got bonding capacity for $200-300 million.
We just need to get our priorities
You know,
straight.
if we want to do that, we have that option. But, you know, that, there's a financial risk in that,
Yes.
you know? And,
you
you know,
build it,
are
they
you,
don't
you're going to
necessarily
build a road to nowhere, you know, that's not good either. So-
Need to be a little smarter than that.
But when we see houses, is it my turn yet? But when we see houses in the ground, schools being built, we know they're coming. You know, I'm not sure it's such a risk. We know we're going to get the impact fees. Maybe we do need to do things a little bit differently. And I agree with most everything that Vanessa said. You know, 2011, I know why the rules changed. I will tell you exactly why the rules changed. And it wasn't because of us.
No,
it was because
it wasn't
in
because
other
of us.
areas of the state, Pasco, Polk, they had these giant DRIs that were coming forward. The rules required them to up front to do proportionate share mitigation was the rule. And I'm looking at Mickey, I don't even know. Sarah, she can help me if I go off track. And so when those DRIs were coming forward and they had to look forward to mitigate their impacts, they were getting proportionate share demands in the millions of dollars. And it was not sustainable to actually meet the growth demands and pay those kind of costs up front. So they tweaked the law to change it so that you didn't have to solve all of the existing capacity problems. Well, that's how roads go. You know, you build till they break. They don't function at their adopted level of service. So the developers said, look, you're making me pay all this money for all this growth sub-DRI level, right? All the smaller developments that came in, took all the capacity, and you're making me now fix the whole problem because you didn't make them do anything because they were not triggering the impacts that these big master plan developments did. Well, don't we want master plan growth like Lakewood Ranch? Yes. So the law was changed. Unintended consequences, though. You get good developers like Lakewood Ranch that did have the bonding capacity. They issued all these bonds, built the roads. But not everybody did that. So now here we are again. We see in Parrish, you don't have these giant master plan communities. By the way, the DRI law is now long gone too.
They eliminated.
So you get all this incremental development that comes in and breaks the roads, but we don't have a mechanism to fix it. But maybe somebody else, somewhere else, some other community in Florida, we all operate under the same laws. Maybe they're doing it differently, and maybe they are spending money. I mean, that's my thought, that not everybody is doing it, and we are doing it the same way, to my knowledge, that we've always done it. We do build roads with impact fees. We do local development agreements. But all we're getting is, again, under the law, very minimal stuff. You heard that. You heard, it was a great question you asked. I know we don't want to talk too much about it, but you asked them on their local development agreement. Well, what are you fixing? What could they fix? So I think we need to have a work session to talk about north-south corridors, east-west corridors in our most fast-growing area, and what's the plan for building the roads. I mean, that is our job, and I agree that we need to have that discussion.
I'd like to, mostly because of the afternoon session, there has been some poor planning, and we are suffering. The one thing you learn in ag is if you don't lay your land out right to start with, you fight it the rest of your life.
That's right.
And we all know that we have some, the planning was done, none of our fault. No one that's even in this building, well, maybe Carol.
Betsy was here.
Betsy was here before me. Betsy.
Misty was here.
Yeah.
They both were.
Blame these two people.
But they were the planners.
It happened way before our time, and they did not have the vision to see what has happened. And I can understand that. I wouldn't have had the vision either. I actually said River Wilderness, it'll never go. I was wrong. Ellington Outlet, who would go to there?
Right.
I mean,
A lot of
so-
people.
So I wouldn't have had the vision either, but we
Remember
are
Lakewood
suffering.
Ridge? Who would live there?
Yeah, it's so far out.
Road, suffer from some roads that we constantly spend a lot of money doing nothing but put Band-Aids on because we weren't smart enough at the time when they were built. So I would love to see us just kind of see what we think we need, and maybe we can tweak it all in our districts. I would love to have that workshop meeting if the staff has time to do it, just because
That's why I said, Sherry, why not?
they're
Why don't
really
we-
getting killed right now.
2020
time-wise.
sometime.
Then we're breaking for lunch.
Yeah. Priscilla, you're right on. And I think the other thing that needs to be added to that is that obviously we hear about projects and we sit back and we think, oh, they'll never be built. Well, then they do get built. I mean, again, good example, Lakewood Ranch. But that being said, it is something that this board in the future needs to look at it every 3 or 4 years, because we go through such a growth momentum that in order to keep up and make sure that the developments that are being built, we do have roads there to take care of the situation. I mean, Paris right now is a good example of that, and what we saw today. We need to keep a better eye on the development that's taking place so that we make sure our roads are there or getting ready to be built. Because, you're right, Sawgrass is probably, I mean, today I was sitting back going, why are we even talking about this?
And
It's
one
not
of the
going to get
reasons-
built.
One of the reasons I did the right-of-way, and I'd even like to see more, is when we see it, we need to be buying that right-of-way. Because like you said, we know we need a north-south somewhere between 301 and the interstate, somewhere. I mean, you're talking 8 miles. We're going to have all of these people. And basically from Fort Hamer Extension to 301's about a mile and a half. But then from the Fort Hamer Extension, you have to go all the way to Buffalo Road, which is essentially the interstate, with no north-south. Which is, so that's why even when we need to have the right-of-way and start buying some of the right-of-way, because we know we're going to put a road there one day, or we're going to be spending money like we are at 44th and other places that it ends up killing us because of the right-of-way.
Good point.
So.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to now recess till 1:30. Everybody have a good lunch.
Who has Laura for their assistant? Who has Laura?
added on.
I'd like to call the meeting to order. We have a 1:30 time certain. Item number 7, the Springs at Ellington. I guess, Margaret, you going to lead us off here? Read it.
Yes, sir. Item number 7 is a 1:30 time certain, which is PDMU 1905 ZG, Springs at Ellington. This is a rezone of approximately 6 acres, which is currently zoned A1, suburban agriculture, to planned development mixed use. It's also approving a general development plan for 348 multifamily residential development and 125,000 square feet of non-residential development. It also includes a schedule of permitted and prohibited uses that were voluntarily proffered by the applicant. The property is generally located on the southwest corner of 60th Avenue East and 29th Street East in Ellington. There are some additions to the agenda. There are 2 stipulations, which is land use stipulations 8 and 9, which I would like to read into the record now, that the applicant has also agreed to. One is that there will be an 8-foot paved and landscaped multi-use trail connecting the residential parcel to 60th Avenue East, and it shall be constructed within the 25-foot drainage, maintenance, access, and private pedestrian easement shown on the proposed site plan. The easement shown on both the commercial and residential properties shall be recorded prior to the first final site plan approval. The second one is item number 9, which this project, which consists of residential and commercial parcels, shall achieve a unity of design through the use of complementary architectural elements. Staff felt that these 2 stipulations and the agreement of the applicant, that this would further the cohesiveness of this project, showing that it's truly a mixed-use project. So those are the 2 items, and I believe Ms. Schindel-Wolf handed out additional public comment in addition to that.
Okay.
I'll swear people in.
Oh, okay. Yes. Given that it's a quasi-judicial proceeding, anybody who plans on speaking today, please stand and be sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and factual representations which you are about to present to the board will be truthful and accurate?
Okay. Has there been any ex parte communication from anybody?
Tons of emails.
Correct.
Well, quite a few.
Okay.
That's good.
Seeing none, I guess we'll move forward with the applicant's presentation.
All right, good afternoon. Aaron Knopp with Continental Properties, and I have been sworn. Thank you for having us back. We were all here on June 20th to talk about this proposal. We heard your feedback, thought it was privy to go back to the drawing board and kind of meet with staff, talk about how we could improve this plan based on the feedback that you all provided. It was a lot of good meetings, good communication with staff. We have a lot of improvements. We think it's a much better plan. We're very excited about it. So today we're really going to focus on those changes. If there are any questions about what we previously presented, particulars on the residential development, I will be available for questions. So today with me is Caleb Grimes, Rachel Layton, Judd Mulock, and Michael Yates to all give their take on these improvements. And with that, I'll turn it over to Rachel.
I'm Rachel Layton, an AICP planner with CNS Engineering, and I have been sworn. And we really do appreciate the opportunity to come back and really revisit how we could have laid out this project. And so we have made some substantial changes. But just as a point of reference, because this is the way that the ordinance reads in your handbook, it reads as a new application. So I'm just going to kind of put some additional items on the record is to tell you that the property is 37 acres located at the southwest corner of 60th Avenue East and 29th Street East. The property is partially within an entranceway and has mixed use and Res 6 future land use designations at the intersection of two thoroughfare roads. And what we're rezoning to the request is for 6.88 acres at that corner, and then to have a general development plan approved. So this is our previous general development plan. We had 2 commercial outparcels and about 23 acres of residential. We had 292 multifamily units and 150,000 square feet of commercial. So now we have re-envisioned the plan, and a lot of this, as Aaron mentioned, is to address the public comment and the BOCC input that we received at the last meeting. So we did have several meetings with Public Works and the planning staff following this meeting to talk about timing of improvements and everything else, and we'll get to a lot of that as we go along. But to kind of explain the changes that you see here, we reduced the commercial development to 125,000 square feet, and we limited it to a 9.49 acre tract. So we took about 4 acres away at the corner, and we're now wrapping that with residential development. And we are also providing a right-in, right-out access at the south end of 60th with a cross-access easement to the property to the south. And you'll also see in that same corner we have a lift station. So the second item was we are wrapping the residential development along 29th Street East from the intersection of 60th Avenue to increase from 292 units to 348 units. And now the residential parcel is 27.6 acres with secondary gated access onto 29th Street East. So one of the comments that we heard over and over again was traffic dumping out onto 29th. So we're hoping that limiting it to gated access for the residential only will help with that concern. We are also eliminating several uses that are high traffic generators: car wash, hospital, intensive services, sign painting, intensive services, taxi cab, limousine services, large child care center, schools. And to clarify on the light industrial, we are only allowing microbreweries. We didn't realize that that was even why we had light industrial in there, but it was for that specific use, which we're not all sure that it belongs in light industrial, but hence that's we've modified it down to that, because if we can have a brew house there, I guess that would be fun. So we also have a new layout for this, the building, so you can see at the intersection where we have the new drive coming in, we've got the amenity center right there on 60th, and then we're wrapping two residential buildings there where we have previously had commercial, and then we've got a nice layout of those 13 buildings. So we believe the change in access, which limits traffic onto 29th Street and residential and adds a third access onto the 60th Avenue East with a potential cross access to the south to the movie theater parcel, enhances the connectivity of the project, as does that STIP that Margaret read to you earlier. The separation of the commercial development from the intersection of 60th and 29th should leave the concern of the strip commercial development along 60th. Now when you hit that intersection, you'll have the movie theater parcel whenever that comes in. You'll have the government hammock canal, you'll have the commercial parcel, you'll have the access, and then you'll have the multifamily before you transition back to the single-family residential. So we think that this change really enhances the overall development potential of the area. We also proposed to phase the residential as phase 1 and the commercial as phase 2. The residential project anticipates engineering permits within 8 months, assuming we get zoning approval, and construction of the first buildings 11 months from groundbreaking. So that could be, anywhere 21 months from today before we see any buildings would be opened. Buffering and setbacks are consistent with the general development plan that was provided at the last hearing. Again, we're asking for the parking reduction. And we did read through all of the citizen comments that came in, and so I've got just a couple quick items that I wanted to address as we read through everything. So 60th Avenue and 29th Street East are considered thoroughfares. The left turn lane into Springs will not block the Bougainvillea Place entrance. They'll be offset from each other. Any improvements to 60th Avenue that would impact the sidewalk would result in a new sidewalk being constructed. I know 600 cars in a PM peak hour sounds like a lot, but it breaks down to about 5 cars a minute. Access onto 29th Street is again gated, and it's a secondary access. Primary access will be from 60th. The residential project is going to include amenities such as a clubhouse with pool, pet playground, and some of the units will have fenced backyards. There was a comment about property taxes. The apartment complex will pay taxes. At build-out, it would pay about $670,000 annually in taxes. These are two-story buildings for the apartments. And the comprehensive plan encourages a mix of housing types. The density is proposed within the limits of what the comprehensive plan would allow with the two different future land use categories on it. And again, we have no end user yet for the commercial, so we're just still trying to limit it down by changing those uses. And the environmental report did not reveal any threatened, endangered, or protected species, and the one small wetland we have will be protected. Again, the project is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the land development code, and I'd like to introduce Michael Yates to update you on traffic.
Hello, Michael Yates, White House Group, and I have been sworn. I just wanted to run through the traffic trip generation for you real quick. Basically, the change from what was here before you with 150,000 square feet and 292 of dwelling units, the change has resulted in a reduction of about 35 PM peak hour trips, and which is a small reduction, but it is a reduction, and it's basically a huge reduction in from what the existing zoning would generate from a trip generation standpoint. That existing zoning would generate 924 PM peak hour trips. So the change is a significant reduction from what could be developed. And so just from the access standpoint, I just wanted to walk back through the access. I don't know if I'm going the right way. This will do it. So basically what we are still providing is the right in, right out at the southern end. That's what we've added. That will provide a access to the lift station. It will also provide a secondary access for the commercial. And with the widening plans, that will also allow for a potential access to the movie theater site to the south, which then will connect to the outlet mall connection. So that will help provide that continuity and allow trips from the center and from the project to access through the site without getting on 60th. Yeah, there. And then, so we kept the main entrance on 60th as we had it before. This will serve as the main entrance for the commercial and for the residential. This will be a full access. It will have a northbound left and a southbound right turn lane. And then as Rachel has mentioned, that we have modified the access on 29th to be a gated access just for the residential. The commercial trips will not be able to get to 29th anymore. So that will eliminate that connection and the additional trips going through 29th. I'm going to turn it over to Caleb Grimes to go through the remaining portion.
Thank you, Commissioners. I am Caleb Grimes, and I have been sworn. And I just want you to know, we took everything you said to heart, and we went back. And as you can see, we had heard issues of especially commercial traffic on 29th. We got all that off. We have it gated to try to protect that road. We had a commissioner, Commissioner Benak, who was concerned with a strip center look. So we reduced the size and the length of the commercial very much. You can see on this that there is a break between the theater area, and then you have that, and then we have buffered with the apartments going to the residential to the north. We did all this while maintaining our compliance with the commercial locational criteria in this area. We're very careful to do that. And again, we have provided that there can be connectivity to the south. We'll need some cooperation from them, but they've always said they would like that connectivity. So what it comes down to is, as you know at our last meeting, the real issue, and the issue when you read all of the emails and everything, the real issue is traffic. It is one of a situation. And I happened to listen to y'all at the end of your meeting today where you were talking about situations where you let the roads get ahead of you, or behind you, I guess you should say, while development goes forward. This is a prime example of that. And you're going, well, what do we do to address it? Well, I will have to say in this instance, this board, this commission, is actually addressing this one. And you have plans to fix 60th, to get rid of that bad bottleneck that is there. You have those plans, and not only do you have them, and they're being drawn up as we speak, they are funded. They're funded with your half-cent sales tax. And so this is actually an example of where when you have these kind of problems, there is a way to solve them. And I will have to say, somebody, I think Commissioner Benak asked the question, or maybe Commissioner Johnson, about actually bonding improvements ahead of time. I've never understood why we've been afraid to do that. Everybody in the real world, that's just a financing mechanism, finances these things when you have a way to pay them back. But having said that, you have plans to fix it. And as you know, you really can't make this project responsible for the past problems. And it's not appropriate under the law to hold the project up because of traffic. But we recognize, just like you did, that the real issue is timing. I mean, the issue is timing. We want to get this road fixed. We don't want to add to it without getting it done. We want to make it all work together. So that was the crux of our meetings with your transportation folks, to talk about timing and see where we are and what we need to do. And again, with the funding in place, it gives us a chance to work on something other than just trying to find out how to build this road and this bottleneck. So if you notice on this plan, there is a lift station there. Well, you know, the apartments are going to need a lift station. They're going to need to hook in. The lift station that's south of them isn't quite big enough, but more importantly, we need a lift station. And early on, and in fact, I was giving Aaron a hard time today that he said, I just need you to come in and help me write a participation agreement on a lift station. The county had asked us to prepare, to take our lift station and oversize it so that it can act as a regional lift station in this area. And in great part, and it was something we didn't focus on last time, in great part, it is needed to take care of the lift station that has to go away when 60th Avenue widening is done. So to complete 60th Avenue widening, you have to get rid of the lift station, and you can't get rid of that lift station if you don't have another one to take its place to be able to take the sewage to the plant. And so early on, we agreed to do that, and you will see a joint a participation agreement where you pay for the oversizing, but only the oversizing. They're paying for the main lift station. And because that has to go in, I mean, it's got to be open, operated, and working with the first building. It goes in early with all the infrastructure. And so from a timing standpoint, we have a very unique situation in that to build the improvements to 60th, we have to have a new lift station. And to have a new lift station, we need to have a set of apartments. And so, oh, I'm sorry, can I have a few more minutes?
Sure.
I mean, I'm trying to answer all the questions raised. So, and they promised me they'd leave me more time, but you know, they did me like I do everybody else.
We don't charge by the hour.
Okay, good.
Should we?
Really. So this replacement is planned to be built with the apartments, and they've agreed to it. And like I say, you will be seeing a participation agreement coming forward. And so the other thing is that with the apartments going forward, they're going to be making a lot of improvements themselves, operational improvements along 60th Avenue. And we talked with your staff, and one of the beauties of doing this way is that we will be able to coordinate those improvements with them so that nobody is building something and the other one tears it up, or they build it and we tear it up, and so forth. And, you know, we always like to try to coordinate those things. And along those lines, these apartments are going to generate over $1,200,000 in impact fees, which will be paid over the next 2 years. And, they're paid at CO. And so there will be these funds, and we actually met with your staff and said, well, should we go ahead and direct them towards one aspect of this project, or should we direct them towards something? And we all came to the conclusion that as we're going through this, it makes more sense to remain flexible on where those funds need to go as the 60th project continues and other areas in the correcting the 60th Avenue. And so we don't have them directed towards anything, but we want you to know that they are there and will be available. So now I've been talking about the apartments. So now I want to go to the commercial. With the commercial, as you saw on the chart, and as you know, the commercial is the much, much larger traffic generator. I think it's, you can see it, 423 to 179 total trips. The commercial is the larger traffic generator. And so the timing on that is something that is actually more, even more important than on the apartments. And so we looked at that, and we did a couple of things. One, we reduced the amount of commercial from 150 to 125, so there are fewer trips that are projected with the commercial. And we also, as you know, we made it where the commercial site has its main entry on 60th, away from the Bougainvillea entrance, so that we're not sharing 29th with those that live on that. And so what we also have agreed is that we will not, and we actually had asked for, we would not receive any COs for the commercial above 25,000 square feet for 2 years to allow all of this to work. And your attorney said we need to say we will not apply for any for 2 years just because of the way your system works. So we are fine with that. We had a stipulation, and I don't think it's been revised, but Margaret has the we'll have to handwrite the change from receive to apply. It's coming. Okay. And so what we did is, and frankly, Commissioner Bellamy, you were the one that said, look, we got to talk timing on this thing. And we went back and spent a long time on talking timing. And I mean, just like the neighbors out here, we want to see these improvements made. We want to be a part of helping get them made. And frankly, the lift station is just a huge part. If we're not building one, then you're trying to find a place to condemn land and pay for the whole thing and do all of that stuff. I mean, you're talking about delaying things. That would do it. And we're talking about the apartments, which is the smallest part of the traffic, but we're timing it to work with you, the county, to supply the solution. So in conclusion, we really believe, and I don't think we've really had a lot of pushback on it, that this is appropriate. This is an infill site. We're not talking about putting something out in the middle of a huge purely residential area. I mean, we are next to MU, we're next to a mall, and we're trying to make something that is truly mixed use by bringing in the residential. We talk about it all the time. Seldom do we see it. We're trying to do that. We're bringing in what are classified as neighborhood commercial, which is your restaurants, your things that everybody can go to. We're fixing the connectivity so that there is interconnection with all of this. And we have been working with your staff and have proposed coordinating timing to make it all work. So what we would like to do is ask that you approve the development as it has been revised, and then help us stay on board with task on getting these improvements completed with 60th. Be glad to answer any questions, and thank you for the extra time.
Thank you, Caleb. Commissioner Trace.
Caleb, could you just put one of the site plans and walk me a little bit slower through exit, right turns, on your, and you're going to actually, you think you'll have connectivity to the south? I heard through the commercial part, I understood that.
All right. First of all, what you see on here, and I probably can do it with a mouse, but
Oh, yeah, you're doing it.
there we go.
Okay.
This will be the main entrance into the site. And that has not moved from what you saw before because we met with staff and worked very hard to have that, I lost my mouse, to have that main entrance right here. Often we lined them up with those across the street, but in this instance, it became much better to have it separated from the Bougainvillea entrance, which is down here. And so we have it up here. It's kind of halfway between Bougainvillea 26, I think it's called, and 29th. And so that is the main entrance. And as you can see, when you come in, you turn right and you're in the apartment complex. And at that point, the clubhouse is right there, and then you go through the rest of the apartments.
That's a full, you'd be able, if you leave, you'd be able to go left or right?
Yes, that is correct.
Or is that, okay?
Full intersection. Then, as you turn off of that to the south, that takes you into the commercial area. Now, in meeting with your staff, and let me just touch base, up here on 29th is the gated residential-only access point.
Okay, I followed that one.
Yeah, that one was easier. Now, so then we started meeting with your staff. We met with Sia and Clark, and I don't remember who all else was in the meeting, but we had a big room full trying to address this issue. And down at the south end, I am not good with this mouse.
No, it's, trust
It's
me,
not
it's the
good to
mouse.
anybody.
Okay, I'm not the only one.
No.
A point. Down at the south end is where the lift station is located. And as we started looking at that, the county is going to need an access point to that lift station. We also have, down at that general area, is an access from the theater onto 60th. And so the staff was suggesting that, look, we need to come in here. Let's use this opportunity when we're going to have to get a permit to put a culvert on the canal there, to let's go ahead and get it where the two properties can be interconnected so that people in here don't have to go out on the road and so forth, and get this project approved with that. Now, I will tell you, it's what we're planning for. I always have to say it's subject to Army Corps approval. We don't expect a problem, only some timing to get Army Corps approval to do this. And we will have to work with the neighbor to make sure. But I can tell you, my talks with him is that he would love to have access because it brings all of these people in the apartment into his theater. And he is still working on that, by the way. It's not dead by any stretch.
That's only right in, right out.
That is right in, right out, with no crossing the median. And it is a secondary point for the commercial.
Okay.
What does that mean? Oh, sorry.
Well, your main entrance where you're going to try to bring people in and out is at the more northerly, where you have a boulevard entrance and the many projects have a kind of a back entrance.
And I agree that this is not, the traffic is not of your making, sort of, kind of. But I also agree we have a serious problem. I know we're putting, I think it's $15 million in improvements there. I understand that. But we're going to have an access on 60th. Bougainvillea already has an access. You're putting another one, just right turn right there. And the guy to the south that you're hoping to connect with, since we're kind of talking about it and it's kind of been approved, is going to have an access on the 60th. And you still have the one access where the bottleneck is. And I guess last I've heard is a roundabout. I don't know if that's changed, but that's the last I've heard. So you have a lot of stuff happen from 29th down to the factory outlet road, I think is what it is. I think that's the name of the road. And it just concerns me greatly. And I've had concerns with that since day one, and I agree that this is not a problem of our making, but we have to deal with it. And right now, everybody from Oakley, Bougainvillea are hollering at me. And then next time when we develop somebody else, what's the name of your place?
The Springs?
The Springs, okay.
Yeah.
Then we're going to have citizens from the Springs, Bougainvillea, and Oakley hollering at us.
And Commissioner, I understand that. And you can't tell someone they can't have access to a road. You can't tell them they can't develop. And that's why we've worked so hard with your staff, and the traffic engineer has worked with your traffic engineers to come up with the design that works the best for this road. And we have worked with your staff to assure that we are a part of the fix and not just a continuation of the problem. And you have to understand, I understand the people complaining and having a problem out there, but they are the ones who moved in and are a big part of the problem. And it is not right, fair, nor legal to say, okay, we have a problem. You can't use your land. You can't develop your land. So what we have to do is find a way to allow someone to use their land consistent with the comprehensive plan and design it in a way that does the best approach to the problem. And that's what we have tried to do. Commissioner, I hear what you're saying. I understand it 100%, which is why we did all of this.
And I understand what you're saying, and I understand 100%. So,
okay.
You and I ideologically agree. All right. Thank you, Caleb.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Betsy?
Yeah, thank you, and I do appreciate the changes. I appreciate you went back to the drawing board. If you could explain a couple things, I think might be helpful. So the issue is 60th Avenue East. We've got a lot of traffic out there. Maybe your traffic engineer might be able to shed some light on this for me. So we, by code, look at a PM peak traffic generation, and that's what you've done for your residential and commercial. How does that compare to a shopping center peak hours? I'm not talking about what our code requires. I'm talking about the real traffic generation. I mean, I know when I go there. I know when I go to the outlet mall.
Off hours.
I don't go at between 4 and 6.
No.
But that's me, so I'm asking, what are the peak hours for a shopping center? Not
Again-
the 4 to 6, that peak.
Again, Michael Yates, I have been sworn. Actually, the peak of the shopping center is 4 to 6 p.m.
It is.
It is. So from ITE, shopping center is one of the most studied land use categories in ITE. So they actually have an hourly breakdown of shopping center within ITE. But 4 to 6 is the highest. Now, they will have trips throughout the day. They actually even have some kind of midday peaks that occur between that 10 and 1. But the highest hours are between that 4 and 6.
And that's what
we analyze as part of ours.
And I have to admit, I probably have maybe a much more flexible schedule than some, and I do know what happens to the interstate between those hours. So that's what I really try to avoid, is going on the interstate
Now,
during those
I will,
hours.
let me follow up with that in the sense that what we have to analyze from a traffic perspective is the worst case. So what we anticipate being the highest trip generators that could possibly go on that site. So when it gets developed, the likelihood is that it's not going to be a 125,000 square foot shopping center with the 480 PM peak hour trips. It's going to be something less. But from an analysis point and part of your code, we have to analyze that worst case condition. So that's what we've presented.
Okay. Can you explain the timing? And if you don't know it, then I will ask staff. But since you've analyzed this, the timing of the improvements and what's going on with 60th Avenue East and how that will, and I think when Reggie asked for timing, I think that's what he was talking about. So the improvements to 60th Avenue East and how that links up with your planned improvements to the site.
Sure. And I'm not going to speak for Commissioner Bellamy, but I think the timing, yes, the timing of the improvements and the timing of our project and all how it meshes is what I took it to mean, which includes the timing of the improvements. And as I understand things, the design is being worked on now, and they are, as you know, have the current design plan is the roundabout. But they're looking at potentially a light as well. But either way, it is to correct 60th and the intersection at Factory Shops Outlet, and that those are underway, and the construction monies are in the next fiscal year. I don't remember how you call your years, and that it's going to be done over the next 2 to 2.5 years, somewhere in that time frame, is my understanding. Okay. Now, I would certainly defer to Clark on that, and it's, you know, they've combined 60th with the intersection with Mendoza, and they're also working on to the north. So they're putting that all together, which doesn't mean you don't construct some in stages. And the 60th Avenue, as I understand, is the number one priority of, I mean, from Factory Shops, the intersection south.
How does that relate to your planned construction, should you?
It coincides with ours.
So you think that you're going to be under construction within 2 years?
Yes.
Approximately.
Yes. We hope to be working on the infrastructure. Let me rephrase that. For the apartments. We hope to be coming in with our final site plans, and they will be reviewed. They take several months to review and go through, and then we will start our construction of our infrastructure, and then we will start our construction of the first unit, and we are hopeful to have the first unit done in late first quarter, early second quarter of 2021.
Do you plan to build it all in one phase, or?
The apartments will be built one after the other. So from a final site plan standpoint, you bring it in, but you will build them in phases.
Okay, and you'll start
It's
leasing.
not a formal phase one, phase two.
Do you start leasing them before they're all finished construction? Do you start leasing building by building?
I'd have to ask Aaron to answer that question. I'm sure as soon as he can get some tenants in, he loves them, but they can't move in until they're done.
Really? That makes sense.
Yeah, we will. We do put a leasing trailer on site once the clubhouse is nearing completion. We will, like I said in our June 20th meeting, we do have in-house operations company, so we work very closely with our operations staff. We assign a property manager and leasing associates there before the clubhouse is opened. So they can entertain interested residents. They can do a tour of the model home model unit that we provide. But then once the clubhouse does open and the first building turns, residents will move in that first day. We do have pre-leasing available.
So you're just going to be under construction, and people will be living in completed units where other ones are under construction. There's no phasing per se.
Correct. When that first building opens, we start to move residents in as we're working on the other half of the site. So it'll be a building by building turn.
Okay. And I heard you say that 2 stories is the maximum. Was that what was proposed last time?
Correct.
I can't even remember.
2-story. Direct access.
2-story is the maximum. I would like to hear from the applicant's view, the existing zoning and what the existing zoning will permit. Maybe we did that before. Maybe I don't remember. Mm-hmm. But what will the existing, zoning permit that's there today?
And the existing zoning is generally PDMU, and a small part of it is agriculture. Here's your zoning. You can see that most of it is PDMU. The agriculture, A1, of course, from a density standpoint, is 1 unit per acre. So we assigned a 1 unit per acre on that, although I can't imagine anybody thinking that ag is the appropriate use for this corner. But we did do that math. And then we assigned on the residential what could be the use that would be allowed under the MU. And I'm going to let Rachel go over that.
Yeah, Rachel Layton had been sworn. We did do a breakdown for part of the traffic analysis. So for the mixed-use acreage, that's 10.91 acres. We figured commercial at just under 3 acres could be 126,000 square feet, and residential on that could be 240 units on about 8 acres of that site. And then for the remaining 19.38 acres that's zoned PDMU, commercial could take 9.83 acres, At a .35 FAR, we limited it to 150,000 square feet. And residential at 9.5 acres at 6 dwelling units is 57. So 297 and then units, and then 275,000 square feet of commercial.
Okay, so is it your belief that this property could be developed with commercial and residential uses under the existing zoning?
The PD zoning exists on about 30 acres, and yes, we believe that it would exist.
If we do, can we go to the comp plan map? Okay, this is the comp plan map, Commissioner Benak, and as you can see, there is a large area that is already MU on which commercial can go in. And then on the Res 6, that would be the residential that could go in, and that would be without bonuses if you did affordable housing or something. So what we had to do is take the underlying comprehensive plan, then go to the zoning, then you see it's zoned MU, so you see what you can put in the zoning based on where it lies within the comp plan. And that's how we came up with the numbers. And as Mr. Yates said, those traffic numbers are greater than what we've talked about. What we chose to do is, instead of tucking the commercial back in and the residential out front, against the creek, is to do something that made a lot more sense. But the numbers are less than the comprehensive plan would allow under the current zoning and the current comp plan.
Yeah. And we do get a lot of emails. The folks have been very active. I appreciate that. I appreciate the fact that people are aware of what's going on in their neighborhood. It doesn't happen everywhere, but one of the things they say is we have enough. We have enough commercial. We don't need any more commercial. There's a lot of commercial there. It's a great place to go. There's a ton of commercial there. How do you, as the applicant, answer that? I mean, you have to prove that you meet the comp plan and the land development code. You're required to do that as the applicant. So tell me why I have to be compelled to approve this.
Commissioner, and I do want to correct, we got emails on both sides of that issue. Some wanted no apartments and all commercial. And that the commercial is something that would complement and help the mall by bringing more people into the area. So we got it both ways. It's not just that there was objection to commercial. In fact, I don't remember any real objection directly to commercial. What I remember was objection to traffic. If you get right down to it, I have to disagree with your what you said about the letters that came in. However, in response to what you have said, and go back to the zoning, the current zoning is PDMU, and we often say that, all right, we got an A1 in the middle of it, we should bring it all under the MU zoning category. And your comprehensive plan and your zoning ordinance says MU. This should be mixed use. This should be something where the residential can interact with the commercial, where the commercial can interact with other uses, and so on and so forth. And one of the things is that we like to have is that we have something where there is other residential in the area, that you have the neighborhood residential. So somebody doesn't, to want to go to something, doesn't have to get on the street and go all the way down. If somebody wants to go down to, forget the name of it on the corner here, in the Chili's, they may want to go to one in this place. We may have something else. And certainly we have tried to look at what your code says. We could come in on the MU and just say, you know what, MU, it allows that we don't need a lot of residential in here. Let's just make it all more commercial. But we took what the comp plan says and the code and tried to come up with the best mix of uses that works for this area. We had planners that came in and did it. We have the developers that do these things. We have Aaron that has other apartments and finds that when they're associated with something like this, they work. We actually think that a lot of people will like living near the mall. You know, everybody today, you have to go online and buy it at Amazon and have it delivered. It's so hard to go to a place where you can see a lot of stuff. And if you can live this close, you can actually go do that. So we took your comprehensive plan provisions, and you probably know them as well as I do, where you go in and talk about strong communities and having a mix and having a different thing. And we took our zoning that says we're MU, and we put all that together, and that's why we have what we have. And we think it is appropriate. Now, I understand that we have, as Michael said, quote, 125,000 square feet. And part of that is not knowing exactly what you're gonna have in there. Probably reasonable development out here won't result in quite that much, and would not surprise me. But you want to be able to be a little bit flexible. I hope that answered your question.
Okay. Done.
Vanessa?
Yes, thank you. Caleb, would you put the picture back up there of the entrances to this, please?
This one?
Yes,
How'd I do?
Actually, that's great. In looking at that, it reminds me, I don't know how many of you ever go over to Sarasota to Honore. Is that Honore? No. McIntosh, I guess it is. There are several new developments on that road, and interestingly enough, that's what this reminds me of, because if we are going to use roundabouts, and I'm hoping that perhaps when we get to staff, that Clark will address this. The roundabouts that I'm hoping we're looking at will be right there near the entrances to this.
The roundabout would be
I'm hoping there's two.
the one that we're talking about building now is
Yeah.
just off the bottom of this map.
So it's not up at the main entrance.
No, not at the main entrance.
That's too bad.
We've not been approached to have a roundabout there. I don't think there's anything that, it's your road.
Well, the only reason I bring it up is because, I'll be honest with you, I've stopped going to the outlet mall because the traffic is so bad that and I live in Lakewood Ranch, so it's a little bit of a haul for me to go. But I used to love to go there, and I stopped going because the traffic on 60th is always so bad. So I'm really hoping that perhaps we're looking at doing something to 60th that will keep the traffic flowing and not stop it like with a stoplight. I don't know that would. I'm not a traffic engineer, but if you're stopping traffic, it's going to back up.
Right.
So I'm hoping that roundabouts are going in at the two entrances to this development. I think it would be great, and it just reminds me of the area in Sarasota. Actually, it is McIntosh. That I'm thinking about.
Well, I'm not familiar with that one, or at least I can't picture it in my mind.
Actually, the roundabouts
Believe you,
that
though.
just recently were put in the last year there on that road,
Sure.
both of them actually are right there to main entrance to a development. So it's very similar to this in that regard.
The current plan, as I understand and has not been changed, is to have a roundabout that would allow the free flow of traffic at Factory Shops Boulevard and 60th. Personally, I think it is needed. I think I might have told you at a recent meeting, I actually took a trip over to Ireland, and I probably went through 200 roundabouts. And once you get used to driving on the left side of the road, and it's amazing how it moves traffic. And I went through roundabouts that were one lane. I went through roundabouts that were double lanes and even more. And it is amazing to me how once you get used to them, they work.
It does.
And so now, as far as the access into this particular site, I'd have to defer to Michael and to Clark and them, but this site, unlike Factory Shops Boulevard, that has a ton of, a lot of stuff on it, this site where we have is a very small amount of commercial, and from a traffic standpoint, a small amount of residential. And so I don't know if it doesn't justify a full access and therefore not even a light. And usually it is we put these in where something is justified with a light. We're not opposed to it, but it is not something that we've discussed with your staff. But again, it's your road. If in your improvements you want to put a roundabout there, we can't.
I'm hoping that Clark will mention this when staff is speaking, but the only reason I say that is because it would keep the traffic flowing. It wouldn't have to stop. It wouldn't back up, because there's a lot of traffic on that road that's not going to this development or the outlet mall. So the main purpose for me is to keep it moving.
And Michael Yates pointed something out to me that I understand and should have mentioned. At our entrance, what has to stop is the side street, the going out of commercial. That's what has to stop. 60th will remain free flow.
Okay.
So this entrance does not stop traffic at all.
On 60th.
On 60th.
Okay. Okay.
60th will be free flow at that point.
Okay. I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I should have said that, and thank goodness I have a good consultant here to kick me.
Carol?
First of all, I know you're very passionate about this area. I don't know if Priscilla has you beaten. She's a sixth generation, so.
She
Yeah.
probably got me by one.
By one, so you're a fifth, and you're from the parish area, right? Or
Well, I actually live, if you
Okay.
went up 60th and turned left, I live at the other end of
Oh,
Mendoza
so you're
Road.
actually very familiar with this. Okay, got it.
Yes, very, very familiar with it.
One of the stipulations you had mentioned was the hospital. I'm like, and issues have happened recently that I need to make sure. Do you quantify a hospital as a freestanding emergency room? The new things, and if you don't, I hope that we are going to stipulate that, because that's 24/7 delivery.
I'm okay with stipulating that. I can assure you, I am not going to get into that argument. I have my own beliefs on what it means.
Right.
We are not planning a hospital, including a freestanding
Emergency room.
room. If we want to make that clear, because as I understand the way all of that's going on,
Yeah.
that is not necessarily clear yet, but
And I think it needs to be clear only because it is a 24/7 delivery,
We're
whether it's a
fine with
human
that.
or whatever. And I know, Madam Attorney, we're not allowed to engineer from the dais, but it did say hospital, and I want to know if the definition of a hospital included that.
I don't consider that you're clarifying, and we are clarifying as you are requesting.
Not a freestanding one. Yeah. Okay, not there. Anyway, not there, not next to all these subdivisions, having ambulances going 24/7.
No, what she's saying, make sure my client understands. They believe we're taking hospital off, and they believe that that means a freestanding emergency room is a hospital. And so they said, well, we're taking it off. And I'm saying we're clarifying that we're taking both of those off.
Yeah, it's separate, because a walk-in clinic's different than a freestanding.
The clinic
emergency. That's on it.
They're in litigation on this now.
Yeah,
and
so.
I appreciate clarifying that.
Yeah, you're welcome. And when I'm looking at this commercial area, I'm thinking of more to feed, actually, I think maybe you guys said it, to feed the actual residents that are living in that area, including the residential area north of that. My daughter's best friend lived in there for a while now, and it's very nice, and it's an easy flow right up there once you get past the outlet mall area. But like a hair salon, stuff like that, a doctor's office, stuff like that, where you're encouraging people not to go further south onto 301 if they don't have to. A small market of some type to pick up vegetables and bread and milk and stuff like that. So that's where I thought this commercial would fit in with a residential like that. Now, did you say something like between 400 to 1,400 square foot apartments? Or 500?
I did not say, but is it on the sheet? Or
Something
is
I saw, which
I
actually.
think we have it on the sheet.
And there are
There it
there's a lot of young professionals that live at the county that actually live in St. Pete. And they aren't transient. They've actually worked here for quite a few years now. They're single, and they work here in the planning department, stuff like that. And they do not, they can't find anything like this down here, so they transverse to St. Pete. So there are professionals that just do want a smaller space to live. So the range was interesting because I haven't seen that. As far as the phasing, somebody mentioned phasing. If you go to Palmasola Bay Club on 75th Street West, you'll kind of see exactly that. You'll see 1 or 2 buildings, because I have 2 friends now that have moved into them. And once they get 1 or 2 of the buildings done, and they're leased, and they're bought, then they start the next. And that's been going on for a few years now, Palmasola Bay Club. So when you said that, that's what I was kind of looking at. Again, the traffic is a big issue, but it sounds like with the lift station, this could help the county as well as all the residents in this area, because we do need to upsize. So that is a positive. Again, what Reggie said at the last meeting, it's all about the timing, and somehow I just want, before we leave today, to get assurance from our staff and your applicant that that we can do this as smoothly as possible. We're putting $14 million into the road, possibly do the roundabout. And I'm sorry, I go to the outlet mall whenever I get a minute, and I haven't been able to lately. I'm loyal to that place. I can find stuff, and it's not hard to get. I live on Anna Maria Island for 50 years, and I drive there, so I don't have an issue getting there. I don't go at Christmas or the day out, the Black Friday. I've never done that. But, I think a lot of us still are pretty loyal to it in Manatee County. I think it's a good place. I did see one letter from a citizen that somebody's allowing the outlet mall to park their cars or trucks for a business. You probably already, Amazon. Did you know about that?
We heard that as well at a hearing. And I don't think I'm not sure if it was the Outlet Mall or the Ellington skating rink
It was the skating
was allowing that to, and of course we have no control over that, but I believe staff was going to investigate that and find out if there was some kind of.
And in all fairness, I've never seen the parking lot full except during big season, holiday season. So I can understand that, but it is a little rough there. But if you're on a mission to get there and you just take a chill pill, like I drive all the way from Anna Maria during season to get there, and the big thing is the traffic with the citizens, and I get that. But I think if we could do this right and do it with the timing, I think and make it as least painful to all, that I would be at least willing to keep, maybe support it. I'm going to see what all the citizens have to say.
Mr. Chairman, just one thing I want to make sure that clarify with Commissioner Whitmore. You said the lift station being oversized.
No, we're going to oversize.
Yes.
You're going to build
No,
your, I know.
No. I'm saying that's not just helping everybody with their sewage. That's what's going to make us where we can do
Your
60th.
apartment. Oh, yeah.
We learned this. We were in the meeting, and Scott May came in and told us we have to close down that lift station. We can't just close it down. It would, can't turn the pipe off. It's got to go somewhere. We need your lift station on this site. And that's why I said that throws a huge factor into how you do things and how the timing works, is that we need to get this lift station built with our development so that as 60th is being built, that can be done.
Yeah, I think we all understood to be able to do the improvements, we have to have that lift station.
That's what
There's another
we were told at the
alternative.
meeting, and I think Clark was sitting there when
We could
he
take
came
your
in.
land and pay millions and millions of dollars for that little square patch if we had to, but there are other options where maybe we can all work together. It won't cost us that.
Right.
Done?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Priscilla?
Caleb, where would the construction entrance be, since we're going to be phasing and kind of doing it as we go to? So where would the construction trucks be coming and going?
Main entrance. Huh?
Oh,
Off of
yeah.
29th. Off of 29th.
So you'll have a separate than the one that's going to be gated and closed once
Right.
you're doing.
Right.
And that will
So
be the
those
whole
guys-
time, or just the 29th after, presuming this, if this gets passed, after,
Those 7 in the morning, guys.
Yeah, we may likely use the main entrance once we get started, But as you can see, buildings 1, 2, and the clubhouse are very nicely situated together. Once we surpass that 100th unit, we need to open the second entrance on 29th. And once that's really turned over and up and running, then we would shift all construction operations.
And in your best, 2-3 year build out, 5-year?
From start to finish, about 18 months.
Okay, so basically, we're going to have construction coming to this project, construction on 60th, intersection improvement on 301, and we're going to go through the holiday seasons.
They're going to
Yay.
plan it.
And by the way, Commissioner, I had on my notes and didn't say it, is that if you're going to do that, it makes sense to get it all done at once as opposed to,
I kind of agree with that.
yeah, let us do our 18 months while the county's doing its 18 months.
I, unlike Commissioner Whitmore, I only visit that place.
I know, she does.
6 o'clock in the morning, I will eat at Peaches because they're the only place that eat
That's
those.
right.
And if I can't get out of there by 8 in the morning, I'm not touching it again
Yeah,
until
but
about
you're
8 in the evening.
you're a farmer. You're an early
You're a
morning.
farmer. I'm a shopper.
Well, I'm a shopper, but I don't go there.
I do.
Too much traffic.
I will say
expensive at
that
UTC.
a lot of the heavy traffic is all done at once. We work on the whole site, do all our earthwork from the beginning, and we do all our building pads at once, and then it's going vertical. So all the heavy lifting, the big construction vehicles are all kind of that first surge.
All right, thank you.
Misty?
Thank you. I really appreciate all the changes to the plan as well. I think it is better. Caleb, did you guys have a neighborhood meeting with the neighbors between the last hearing and this one?
Oh, between the last hearing and this one, no, there just wasn't time to figure out all of this and put it together, and we kind of figured that by going back to the planning commission, it would give the opportunity of people to see and what is going on, and we did that in, very quick, short time frame. It was, it's what we had to do, frankly.
Okay. And, the A1 zoning, definitely, that's not appropriate there anymore. So I agree that the timing is now to change that. The mixed use, mixtures of uses are the best way to develop, and whether or not we need more commercial or less commercial, that's really on the owner. Your marketing studies are going to determine what's needed out there because we don't know. We can just tell you what's allowed out there. So I'm confident that you've probably determined what mixture of uses are going to work. Undoubtedly, we need the multifamily, and we do need the smaller units, as Carol said. That's something that we just can't get enough of right now. I read about the pedestrian connection to the outlet mall. It's been changed to say it's a potential pedestrian connection. And so I want to ask why.
That it's always been a potential from day one. We are planning for it. It is very difficult to get the attention of the owners of the outlet mall to say, yes, we can connect over. We are still very hopeful to get that because they want our people coming over there. So we only can say potential because it takes two to tango. And we're planning for it. We have it designed in and are still optimistic that we will get that worked out.
Okay. And what is the status of the movie theater project?
Do you know, Jeb? I know Jeb's been working with Mr. Patel on it, and all I know is that he's still working on it.
No, that's right. Jeb Mulock from ZNS. We're
You've
still.
been sworn?
I have been sworn. Yes, this time for sure. We're still in the conceptual phase. It's pretty early on, so we're trying to. Also, his property is going to be impacted by a roundabout, so we're trying to work through those logistics as well.
Okay, because the connection between this site and the movie theater site it's essential. We really need that. So I know you're showing it on your plan. We got to make sure when the other guy comes in that it happens. So
He has a general site plan that was approved. So he will have to come through with a preliminary or a preliminary/final. And a lot of the details of design would be working with your staff on that.
So did his general plan show a connection to this site?
No, it did not.
Uh,
But that
concerns me.
that doesn't mean it won't happen, because like I said, when we were working, he was trying to figure out a way to connect over there. So I can't speak for him, but from my earlier discussions, I think he'd love it.
His GDP was approved by the board back in December. This is before we had our plan prepared.
And so when staff comes up to speak, maybe they can talk about how they're going to make that connection happen, why there are assurances that that connection will happen. You're in the mixed-use future land use category, and one of the requirements of developing there is that we try to get the major traffic of the development off of the thoroughfare roadways. There's got to be other ways to move around. So I think that that's a critical part of this, especially in light of where we are, and the biggest problem is traffic. All right, that's all that I have for right now. Thank you.
Okay, Betsy?
Yeah, and I just want to ask about the hospital. We do need a hospital north of the river, but I don't believe this is the appropriate place for a hospital.
Right. We're not big enough.
Yeah, I don't, that, no, maybe a dog hospital, but, so
That would be okay.
yeah. Are you committing, can you say that? You show it, I see it, the P here, so you need to tell me, are you, in your
No, that was
list
the
of
ones that
uses,
are-
you have a P under hospital, right? Am I-
He's
No.
already stipulated in them all.
I'm sorry,
Got
as
the
we
new
were going through
table
those
now.
lists, it's Rachel Layton again. The zoning ordinance had the wrong schedule of uses attached to
I'm
it.
sorry, okay.
So while all this discussion's been going on, we've been working with staff to make sure, and Jamie's going to pass it out right now, the updated.
Okay, thank you.
What
I
we
just want to make
submitted.
sure, because
Yeah.
I looked it up.
The list we put on the board are the ones we're taking off.
Okay. Okay, thanks, Caleb. I too think, it's a great improvement, the plan, and it's, again, I'm interested in hearing from the staff. Timing is what it's all about on this, I think, with you all, and I'm not sure how we're going to get into any type of legalese and making sure that everybody coordinates that. But, so I think we're probably going to have to work on a hope and a prayer that you do your thing and we do our thing, and that they all come together simultaneously for the betterment of everybody.
The main thing you need from them is the lift station. And they can't build without a lift station. So if they go forward and put a car on the road, the lift station will be there. So that might help with that hope and a prayer thing.
Different?
So when you're flush,
Yeah, I think that's all.
Okay, at this point, we will go to staff presentation, I guess. Jamie, are you?
or Margaret.
No.
Yeah, no, it's you.
Say, Margaret?
You should have seen Jamie's eyes.
It's like us, that'd be nice.
Well,
There you go.
Okay, Jamie Schindel, Manatee County Planning. I have been sworn. I don't really have much to add. I think we will have a bit of a discussion here after. Here's the site. Seen it. Here's the request. They're still requesting a rezone of that portion that's currently in A1. They're proposing a general development plan, which they have altered to increase multifamily and decrease the amount of commercial. I do want to offer up sort of a comparison to understand what 125,000 square feet of non-residential looks like. The Kmart Plaza to the south is about 190,000 square feet, if you don't count the out parcels. The Kmart itself takes up about 97,000 square feet, so that gives you sort of an idea of what the size of that commercial would be. The future land use for the area, as discussed, is a combination of mixed use and Res 6. I want to point out that Res 6 is meant for areas of primarily areas of primarily medium density urban residential development with support uses. And then, of course, the mixed use is meant for a mix of uses. As discussed, much of the property is already in PDMU zoning. and they're seeking to rezone that green portion there in A1. You've seen this site plan now a couple times. The residential they've wrapped around, commercial here in orange with the alteration to the access points. And there is that proposed connection that will have to be something that's worked out with the other property owner. And that's really all I can comment on at this point from staff perspective. They are keeping their one specific approval request for a parking reduction. The ratio has not changed from the initial request, and staff is in support given parking studies we've received from similar multifamily projects nearby. This is specifically a parking reduction on the multifamily portion of the property. Positive aspects are still that we believe this is consistent with the nearby development pattern of a transition between the heavier commercial of the outlet mall, the interstate, and then to a more residential use headed east. Of course, traffic concerns, which I'm going to turn over to Clark in a moment to get into the nitty-gritty. Mitigating measures, I'm sure he'll go over that. We have the interconnections that have been proposed. We have the changes in the access points. We do have the planned improvements coming online, and the timing does seem to work out as far as construction and those improvements. The staff recommends approval with stipulations. Thank you.
Thank you. I think probably we need to hear from Clark at this point.
Actually, I was going to say, Clark was going to be my first
On the
question.
hot seat, buddy. He's not smiling. There's no smile.
Okay. He will.
There
you go. Told you.
Good afternoon. For the record, Clark Davis, Deputy Director of Public Works Traffic Management, and I have been sworn. I do not have a prepared presentation this afternoon, but I've been listening to some of the discussion and questions, and I can either try and hit some of those or respond to your questions. What your
Clark, I
pleasure.
would like you to talk us from basically 301, the timing, and what your plan is from 301 north up to at least 29th, and if that is for extra capacity, or those are just what's going to be the capacity for today's traffic.
Hot seat.
I think that's fair.
I actually do not have a good diagram of the intersection improvements. Did you?
Can you sit over there? Or?
Although I think you could talk us through it. I think every single one of us has a very good
And
visual in our
I
head
have
of
their
what that area looks like.
I have their GDP excerpts, and so I can at least walk you from Ellington Commerce Park north.
We have that one if they'll put it on for you. Or you can put it on there. There you go. But I would really start at 301 because the issues are not just from the factory mall up north. They start at 301. They do. Okay, I see it.
We could zoom in to the section roughly here. But that's good. Thank you.
That's a good one.
So
the new one.
On this map, here's your north arrow. So north is to your right on the screen. This is US 301 on the left edge here. The gray is where there's new or reconstructed pavement. So the darker shading that you see on here, it's kind of hard to pick up, but you can see about midway here, there are 3 arrows going to the left. That's southbound. And over here, there's complementing 3 going northbound. So it's not 6 lanes all the way up, because by the time you get to the roundabout, it's 2 arrows in each direction. So it's 4 lanes right at the roundabout, but it's 6 lanes farther south. This 3 lanes feeding into the intersection and coming out of the intersection, we think will help with the operations of the intersection, and both for traffic departing and arriving. It gives a lot more room for queuing. It's always going to be a busy intersection. We won't be able to build our way out of the congestion altogether. We just manage the heaviest traffic the best we can. The roundabout, this is on a plan that was marked preliminary. It's still in that category. We are talking to, I think Casto Southeast owns all of this property, and we've been talking to them about options for how we can maintain access for them when we build an improvement, whether it's a conventional signalized intersection or a roundabout at this location. We believe that this roundabout with 2 circulating lanes will provide much higher capacity than the intersection. That might not make sense when you first think about it, because in a way you've got dual lefts out there already. But when the traffic's heaviest, it's primarily an exchange between them all, going this way, and traffic coming from 301 and going this way. And so those types of turns don't overlap each other in a roundabout. And so we think that this roundabout will process a lot of traffic during the heaviest traffic times on that section of 60th. If we need to build a signalized intersection, you can tell we've been thinking about a very large footprint here for this roundabout. We can put additional lanes in to provide more capacity than we have out there today. And then as you go farther north, this is the same creek system that runs along the south edge of the property. So this is the theater site. This is the Springs at Ellington site that's under consideration today. The 4-lane road essentially transitions down to 2 lanes at this location. This is the first project of a larger project. There will be other improvements, but not as many capacity-adding improvements farther to the north. It's for now anyway focused on making it a better 2-lane road. There are opportunities to work with the applicant at their access points, which aren't shown well there.
Okay.
We'll keep the orientation the same. So you're still looking at north being to the right. And so this is where you cross that creek system. This is their southernmost entrance that would be restricted to right in, right out. Then as you go farther north, there you can see the left turn lanes that goes into Bougainvillea here, and then their left turn lane that goes into their main entrance here. And then for, at least in this scenario, they're not looking at improvements at this intersection, although this is something that the county will need to consider as we look at our next project. Now, whether or not we can work with the applicant to do something at that location will be driven in part by the schedules. We're still at a preliminary stage, just those plan views of the road and the intersection for now. So it is unlikely that the county would be starting construction on this road during this upcoming peak season. We still need to finish final design and get through permitting and then award a construction contract. If we have to do any acquisition, that'll make it take longer still. So I don't know enough today to tell you when we'll be able to build it. The money is for at least that first part is largely in place and will be by the time we get to construction. The current schedule, you have $4 million that were appropriated in prior years, probably actually this current year. You've got $7.5 million that's coming up in the new fiscal year, which starts on October 1 if the CIP is adopted as proposed. And then finally, there's $3 million more in fiscal 21. That first $11.5 million is primarily being thought of as for this first section of the road. Although it may not take all of that money, it should be enough to cover it. So you've got $14.5 million total. We've been talking about numbers in that 14 to 15 million range during this hearing today. So those numbers are for today's discussion purposes, right? I think there was a discussion about the roundabouts. The only roundabout that's proposed currently, and that even that's tentative at this point, is the one at 60th and Factory Shops Boulevard. This isn't thoroughfare intersection, 29th going back to the ice rink and 60th going farther north to Mendoza. There's potential for that to be a roundabout in the future. I think the applicant explained it when they were at the podium, but we don't think roundabouts are going to be needed here in here because those are side street stop only condition things. And so you think of roundabouts as kind of freely flowing, but in a way they are a substitute for a traffic signal or a stop sign that would normally be stopping traffic, because you still have to yield as you enter a roundabout. So if a side street stop alone is enough, that is typically not replaced with a roundabout. A roundabout would replace an always stop or a signal condition in most cases.
Clark, can we go back to 301, please? And really from 301 to the factory is where the problems exist. I agree we're starting to back up. The little funky left-hand turn to go to Kerr's and, you know, Ruby Tuesdays in that place right there. For y'all that really don't, probably y'all that just go to the outlet mall, you'll just kind of go to the outlet mall and you come back, you don't kind of necessarily notice it, but there's a really funky little left-hand turn in there, and it gets bottled up because you can really only queue, what, 2 cars? And technically, you can't even queue 2 cars. You're just kind of stopping that whole lane there.
This is a
And
fairly.
and this improvement is that little, I don't know what you call it, funky little left turn going to be fixed.
Yes, it is a bit
And
of
the
a bottleneck
funky
there.
left turn, because when you pull back out of there, you have that little piece of concrete there, and then you can't get to the left turn lane either. It's bad.
If, and this is a fairly small-scale diagram already, and it may betray the resolution of it on the monitor, but if we could zoom into about this width, this is that intersection. So you can see there's a lot of extra pavement there. So a part of the problem is that this kink is pretty sharp. And so what starts as feeling something like 2 lanes that's supposed to open up to have a 3rd lane for a left turn, it stays about 2 lanes wide, even when it's trying to move 3 lanes of traffic through it. And so you either have to stop way back before you make this left turn, or run the risk of either encroaching a little bit in an oncoming lane or a lane that's moving with you. And so this additional pavement, all that dark gray with the reconstruction and additional pavement, we believe will provide a full width that's needed there to be able to make those turns and
How many
mark
people
that
will
better.
you be able to queue on an actual left-hand turn lane? And I only ask you that because what happens is, a lot of times when the traffic is bad, which is kind of that way every single day. This is not just from here back towards the outlet malls, every single day from that 4 to 6. Then you have a tendency you can't make that left-hand turn lane. You know, you can't make a left, so it starts queuing back, and you end up with 5 or 6 cars there. Then they're into the lane of the traffic turning, and, you know.
Well, it looks like they're trying to shape up the lane, so we've actually got, I call it 5 or 6 car lengths.
Good.
Well, that's better than it is now.
Yeah, because now it's rough. And I do go there. Oh, okay.
So I can't draw a car from the top, but to give you an idea, this little diagonal line here is where that turn lane's opening, and so cars would queue all along here where these ugly ants are, and then they'd be able to turn left
Yeah,
here.
that'll be a big
And
improvement if you starting way back there.
It's barely a car length or 2 today, and so if we get 5 or 6, we think it'll be quite a bit better, and it'll be better separated, because a lot of it's kind of the friction, if you will, between the traffic that's moving through and that's turning.
And although I've always said I think you should not allow them to make a left turn out of there. That's where a lot of problems. In other words, once you get over there,
And I drew on it, but I think that there is, in this diagram, a concrete separator there, and so they would not be able to turn left
Okay.
out. So it would be lefts in and then right in,
that's a
right
bad
out.
spot when people are trying to make a left-hand turn out of there. Although that really, it's hard for them to make a U-turn because it's just,
all the traffic.
you know, it's a bad little spot down there.
Go
The
around.
left-hand turn onto 301 is going to be basically configured the same way? Because it looks to me like your little cars that you drew,
There's
if anything, less than that.
There's one left turn, one through, and then 2 right turn lanes.
That
shown
is
on
what is
here.
there today.
Correct.
Okay. And that, basically, that left-hand turn will be about the same, lengthwise probably?
There's a left turn arrow shown here. So what will happen is 3 lanes will be moving south. If you want to turn left, you probably want to be in the left turn lane as
I agree
early
with
as
that.
possible. And so, in a way, this innermost of these 3 southbound lanes will become a de facto left turn lane, and the other 2 will predominantly feed the
But I was
rights,
talking when
but
we
they'll move
actually
through.
queue up at the light.
When they queue up at the light,
I mean,
they
right
can
now
queue up
there's-
as far as they need to, as long as they're staying in that lane. There will always
Okay,
be
all right.
people that don't get sorted into the right lane early enough, and they'll need to transition across. But for the most part, they should be able to queue pretty far back.
Okay,
They should
and-
create more space for that.
And everyone tells me that once I go through roundabouts, I'll love them.
Oh, well.
Oh, that's what they tell me, but,
Well-
you know, I have my doubts. But we're basically going from a 2-lane road, but you're only going to have like 1 lane going through into the outlet mall? So you'll have 1 lane that'll kind of turn off the 60th, and then 1 lane goes to the outlet mall, or, you know? Or are we just going to have people going around and around and around, not figuring out how to get on and off?
They're marked here, there'll be 2 lanes going into the roundabout. This innermost lane will be for left turning traffic and through traffic, and the outside lane will be for through traffic and right turning traffic. So if you want to go left, you'll be in the leftmost lane and track around and exit that way. And today it's a left and a through left, but under signal control. So we should have higher throughput in a single left turn,
And these,
freely flowing left than we did under signal control.
and these improvements are for extra capacity, or the capacity that we actually have on that road from the factory outlet back to 301 today?
Creating the most we can with the money and space we have available for it. This is always going to be tough. It's 1,100 feet from 301 to this roundabout, and we've got a regional commercial attractor, and so it's never going to just go away completely. There's always going to be times during heavy shopping season and back to school and things like that where it's just crazy and hard to get in and out of there.
Hey, Clark, you explained it very well. I've always had a problem with the traffic here, and just because it's very hard to, we didn't have enough thought, I guess 40 years ago. I can't remember exactly when if I thought about it, I could figure it out when they put this in here. But this seems like we just threw everything together, and we're having to figure out how to fix it. Thank you, Clark.
Thank you.
I just want to make one comment. I have walked this entire intersection with FDOT, with the property owner of the where the Ruby Tuesdays is. I have walked it with county staff. Probably shouldn't admit this, but I used to work for the developer of the Ruby Tuesdays, so they've been working for a long time to find a solution to the access problems to that, not to the outlet mall, but to the southern part, the part that Benderson owns. And the problem was you couldn't get enough right-of-way to create a real turn lane there. It looks to me, Clark, like additional right-of-way has been provided. Is that true?
Well, at this stage, we would be developing the plan view of the roadway, and the plan view informs where we might need acquisition. Because of the constraints that are out there, I'm assuming that we are going to need to do some acquisition along this corner. This particular diagram, as near as I can tell, doesn't show property lines, although I do see an easement marked on there. But I don't think this shows where it has to, so I take it back. You can barely see it, but right at the edge of the gray, you can see some of the existing property lines there. And so there will have to be some acquisition along that east side towards the south end to do this. I mean, you're right, it's constrained. We can't magic up more space. We have to buy some land to make it happen. We try and minimize that as much as we can to create the most capacity with the most.
But that's part of the project. That is part of the project to acquire the right-of-way necessary to make that intersection work with a real turn lane.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Okay, and that's a huge improvement, I believe.
Priscilla?
Tom, if we acquire that right away, isn't where the Chili's isn't that whole parking lot a vaulted drainage system through there? Because it was at one time supposed to be a mitigation pond. And how much trouble will that be?
It's just a corner.
At least it used to be a big old hole.
There was a big ditch.
Big hole.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Trace, actually along the western boundary of the shopping center that we're speaking about, where the Kmart used to be, and then further to the south where Chili's just recently constructed the restaurant down there, there's actually a box culvert for this particular drainage system that we've been referring to, which is Government Hammock, which is running from north to south, straddles 60th Avenue, jumps across 60th Avenue right around in the area of this particular project, and then from there on the east side of 60th, which I've actually got some pictures of. So this happens to be, and if we zoom out quite a bit, this happens to be along the east side of, yeah, if we get a V zoom, keep going, Chris. There we go. This happens to be a picture pretty close to the start of the culverts themselves running through the shopping center, looking northward along the east shoulder of 60th Avenue. There's a bend in the road, and then from there, there's a crossing underneath 60th, and the government hammock then is flowing from the west side of the roadway underneath 60th, and then along this east side of the roadway down towards the shopping center itself. The shopping center itself actually has a stormwater facility associated with the shopping center behind the shopping center itself. That actually, most recently, with some of the construction of the out parcels along 301, was just recently a lot of cleanup work to their mitigation area and the stormwater facility.
So we would be able to acquire that property on the west side of Chile to extend that without affecting those box culverts that's underneath the Chili's parking lot.
The box culvert itself, as it runs through the Chili's property, the box culvert itself is actually running underneath the drive aisle of the restaurant, and then there's like a row of parking on the west side of that drive aisle. So there's some leeway
Okay,
in
we're
that
not affecting
stretch.
the drainage if we took, it looked like a minimal amount of property anyway.
Correct.
It looked like
Yes.
20 foot at the most.
Actually, here.
Without affecting that whole box culvert system.
I'm sorry. If I could have that zoomed in right there where my finger is, please. Okay, here we are. Visual of what I'm speaking of. The box culvert is literally running through the drive aisle here of the Chili's restaurant. And then there is that row of parking, and then there's, say, some
Landscaping.
planning stuff, some landscape buffer, open space area, and then the improvements associated with 60th Avenue.
Okay, thank you, Tom.
Okay, seeing no further questions, we're going to take a 10-minute recess, and then we'll come back to open for public comment.
comes under here, so it's.
I'd like to call the meeting back to order. Everybody take their seats.
No, they,
We're now going to open this for public comment. I have several speakers that have signed up.
which I don't blame them.
Please, when your name is called out, come up to the podium, state your name, that you have been sworn, and you'll have 3 minutes. First person I have is Chad Stockton.
Good afternoon. My name is Chad Stockton. I am sworn. I'm a resident at Oakley. I would ask for a little bit of grace if I eclipse the 3 minutes. Our opponents here had all the time they wanted.
No, that's our rules.
That's a
I know.
public hearing process.
And have you been sworn?
Yes, sir.
Good.
I have been
Okay.
sworn. It was kind enough for them to discuss at length the benefits of this package for all of us. And when it came down to it, what's the real benefit is dollar bills. You've already got the improvements on 60 paid for. Right, we've already taken care of that. The $200,000 pump station that they continue to mention is a drop in a bucket compared to the $14 million project. So the huge benefit has already been covered. He was also kind enough to remind you what you can't do. I'd like to remind you what you can do. There's a lot you can do to slow this or change this, to take into consideration your constituents. He was also kind enough to remind us that we're the problem as the local residents. That was the word used. How it was our fault that we purchased land in this area. And that's true. We did. What they're turning it into is not the vision that we had when we purchased out there. They're changing what we bought. Everyone continues to discuss traffic. While traffic is a problem, it's not the only problem. The problem is population density. I read through a Harvard study that surprisingly was actually written to help developers defend themselves in these arguments. So it brought some pretty interesting pieces to light looking from it the other side of the table. Schools. If anyone doesn't think this is going to affect a local school community, they're wrong. While most studies do show that single apartment buildings have less children per capita of the population in that apartment complex, it doesn't take into consideration the demographic of the area of that portion of Ellington. It's not a booming place of a lot of children. It's just not. But what this apartment complex will bring is a lot more kids. Anyone who has seen the bus stops in the morning and the afternoon outside of the Tuscany apartments can swear and attest to it. There is an inundation of children at that corner. To bring more in is not good for the school system, local police, local fire. It's not just the traffic. Traffic and other density issues. One study showed that a single working family can have more cars per residence than apartments. In general, that would be true. But those studies take into account that were done in low-income areas where the mean population is completely different. If you look at the population in the Ellington area, the average populace is older, retired, empty nesters. While there are some families in the area, this will have a much larger, a huge significance on the impact of that area based on where it's currently standing. If you compare that to traffic, if we say we have less cars, our retired people are traveling less, we're taking less kids to school, imagine how would it be when we meet all of these assumptions that they've given us. With less than what we would have assumed, we're already as bad as we are. We didn't talk about crime rates. Look up and down 301. Look at 70. Look at Cortez, where a number of these facilities already exist, where there are mean wage apartments, right? What it needs is a full gentrification. But that's another whole process. Look at where down the Cortez, I grew up here as well, and after I retired from the Navy, I moved home. Drive down Cortez. Look at the Cortez Mall. Look at the general area. We keep bringing apartments and more industry in these areas outside of what the citizenship wants. That's what you get. So I know I've exceeded my time. I had so much more to talk about, but I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Linda DeBarjans.
My name is Linda Doberganis. I live in Oakley, and I have been sworn in. I would like to say that I am against the approval of this development until we do the repairs and upgrading of the roads that we have in the area. I'm not saying you should never approve another development, but you need to address what needs to be fixed now. When we're trying to get out of our subdivision, we have to wait forever because of all the cars that are coming, all of the extra houses that have been built off Mendoza Road provide more traffic in Christmas time, and when the snowbirds are here, we can't even go out our road to 301. We go out the back road to Mendoza and go around because there's so much traffic waiting at 301 to make the turn either left or right. And I just ask you that to consider the existing residents before you go ahead and approve a project for future residents and future building. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Craig Story?
Good afternoon. My name's Craig Story. I live in Oakley. I have been sworn. One thing that wasn't brought up that I'm very concerned about is I know we have plans on a construction project at I-75 and 301. And I believe that's already been approved and getting ready to start. I would imagine that's going to be a 2 to 3 year project because of the river. So we haven't even brought that into consideration here. I was a little bit appalled by the comment about we bought there, that's our fault. We bought there because we loved our community. It shouldn't be our fault. If he wants to build apartments, build them in your neighborhood. Okay, you got plenty of land over in that area. Build them over there. We have one down at the end of Mendoza, and we have had nothing but problems. You all can look it up. I believe the cops go out there 3 to 5 times a week. Yeah, how many of you got reports? I've heard a gunshot down there. Okay, and this is reported. I don't, this is going to drive our property values down. Very concerned about that. It's just there's other areas to build this. There's other things we can put in there that would benefit us. But an apartment complex is not benefiting anybody, not in this area. They need to build it somewhere else. We already have one. So that's all I have to say. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Terry Couch.
I appreciate all the trouble that everyone has gone to prepare wonderful diagrams and things that I had a hard time seeing from the distance that I was sitting at.
Tell us your name and then tell us you've been sworn, please.
Yes, I have been sworn. I'm Terry or Teresa Couch, whichever you want to
thank
call.
you.
Thank you. I live in Oakley Place, which is just a little bit farther north and across the street from the residents from Oakley that you've heard of. I completely agree that if it's possible in any way, please, please, please serve the bottleneck solution up first that's there by Chili's right when you get off of 301, because I'm envisioning in my mind all the construction trucks that are going to be barreling down that intersection to do the work for the apartment complex that's going to start up and all the infrastructure there. They're going to be not only tearing up the roads, but they're going to be taking up wide areas of space, and that bottleneck where it goes from 3 lanes down to 2 right there by Chili's is really going to be tough. That's all I'm going to say on traffic. I'm going to say one more thing on traffic. Up by where I live, envision the corner of Mendoza and 60th. It's just a little bit of a shot further north from this, but we share the same traffic lanes every day. That's our only way of getting in unless we come Mendoza. If traffic builds up to the degree that we're envisioning it doing along 60th, we can't, I'm wondering how we will ever be able to make a left-hand turn out of our subdivision to come south, because we're so close to Mendoza that they're not going to put a separate light in there for our access to southbound. And I don't know that a roundabout would go there. We only have one entrance in and out of our subdivision, so that's a concern to me. Another concern, and I agree with the concerns that everyone has voiced here on this, and I appreciate all of the time and thought that's gone into it. There's one other one that I'd like to bring up, and it has to do with water. Oakley Place has 7 ponds and 5 wetlands. Over the last 15 years that I've lived there, we have had 3 scary storm situations where the creek has risen next to which runs through our property. County maintains it. It has risen to the point where it backfilled into our ponds, and our heartbeats started waiting to see if it was going to come in 39 homes that border on these ponds. Now, I've not yet talked with anyone specifically to find out what has to be done to fund a study, but because of all the future development going on, please forgive me, I'll be short. The future development going on past Mendoza that's already being done on the west side of Mendoza and everywhere else out there, we are losing aquifer drainage from the rains that come down. And concrete surfaces, everything else sends water into the culverts that Tom has to find room for. Well, right now, Manatee County has spent 2 years reconfiguring our creek banks there from a configuration where they were this narrow. Then they came out the next year and they widened them like this. They look beautiful, and yet they still flooded backwards into our ponds. It's my opinion that we would be well served now and in a few years to come if we were to fund a watershed study for the area called, Tom, help me with this, it's called Government Hammock? Is that right? Did I get that right? Okay.
We can answer.
So that we can prepare for this. Our
Are you going to wrap this up shortly?
Yes,
Because we're
I
kinda getting
am
off
right
the
now. I'm
subject
giving you
here.
some numbers. Our HOA spent $4,600 this year alone to remediate erosion because of the creeks and the additional water that comes into the ponds. We have another $3,600 to spend this coming year on riprap that we're doing. So I think I could probably say a big hooray for anyone who would help us get that watershed study done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Sarah Hoffman.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Sarah Hoffman. I'm a homeowner in Oakley Place. I'm here to express my strong disapproval. Yes, I have been sworn. Thank you. Our strong disapproval of this proposal. I think I even more strongly disapprove of it now that I've actually seen the development team and heard their complete disregard and dismissal of residents in the area. That was just appalling. Their general rudeness about that the residents are the problem and that we shouldn't have bought in this area. We bought in this area because we love it. We have a ton of commercial, as they pointed out. We have the Ellington Outlet Mall. We have the shopping center that's being revitalized down at the end of our street that already has a very large amount of commercial, and we don't have the traffic pattern to support the commercial that's already there. So adding in more commercial, 300 and almost 350 residential units, adding all of that in without fixing the traffic pattern first would be incredibly irresponsible. The money that is already earmarked for working on our traffic issues, as many of you have experienced on 60th Avenue, is earmarked for that exact reason, for managing the traffic patterns that are already there. We have a lot of problems with the outlet mall. A lot of you talked about how you've experienced it during peak times and Christmas and those kinds of things. We, as the residents, experience that every day. That's how we go home. So we are very, very familiar with the traffic issues, and I request that those be managed first in a responsible way. way before we start to add in anything extra. I don't argue with the developer's assertion that people that own land want to do something with that land. I understand that, but there is a way to do responsible development, and this does not appear to be part of a responsible development plan for our neighborhood. We need to fix the traffic patterns, the drainage culverts, the drainage issues that we have already on that area. The development that's going in, we have other subdivisions going on the other side of 75 that are using Mendoza, that are going in on 60th. We already have a lot of development there, and revitalization and construction and things happening that are increasing our traffic load. And those need to be dealt with first before we start adding in any other very, very large projects, as they have proposed here. We already have the ice rink. There's a charter school down there. I mean, there's a lot of things that need to be fixed in our area before we add in anything else. And I would hope that you, at least for this period, until we get the traffic fixed, I would hope that you deny this proposal and work just on what we already have planned. The residents would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the last card I had. If there's anybody else out there in the audience that would like to come down, please come down, state your name, and tell us that you've been sworn, and you'll have 3 minutes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Doug Taylor, and I have been sworn. I live on 31st Court East. I am the current president of the Oakley Homeowners Association. We are 69 homes with 3 entrances and exits to and from our homes. All these must enter or exit onto 60th. I have not heard one of our homeowners in favor of development. In fact, many have come to me looking for information and expressing their concerns, mainly traffic issues. I personally go from 31st Court to 32nd to safely get out onto 60th because of the speed and volume of traffic in both directions. This traffic has continually increased because of the already added developments. I do not know how many times the guardrails at 60th and the mall entrance have been repaired because people going to the mall struggle to find the mall entrance and just go through the light from the left turn lane, and there is only one lane after the light. I cannot imagine what the traffic will be like if this development is approved, and with the snowbirds and the added Christmas traffic to the mall. A traffic circle? Wow. The last thing I will mention is there could be many new children coming to the area. The school buses normally do not go off the main road, 60th, to load and unload all of the children. All you have to do is go behind the school bus at Tuscany Lake Apartments to see the backlog it causes on 60th. Thank you for your time, and please listen to the people already in the area and vote accordingly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Is there anybody else that would like to come down and speak?
Not Bobby.
I'm going, really?
No, I thought Bobby was coming up.
Oh, yeah, wow.
That's new. That'd be
Okay, well, at this point, we will then close public comment, and we'll go to staff's closing comments, if they have any.
Bobby just brought a cleaner version of that schedule of uses, so I'm going to pass this one out. We've highlighted the allowed uses and then highlighted PDMU, so it's much clearer to read.
Yeah, that's not Tom?
Oh, I was going to raise this. Oops, sorry. Oh.
All right.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to go quickly through some information I have in general, and then we'll go into more detail. First off, just for everybody's edification on where we stand, And if we can have this zoomed out, please.
Ready?
And there we go. All right. This chart right here is rainfall accumulation from all 18 Manatee County rain gauges from January 1st through today. Grand prize winner is Braden River at River Club Boulevard with 52 inches.
I knew it. All right.
Just to let you know, normal rainfall for the year, for the entire year, is anywhere from 53 to 56 inches. So that just gives you an indication on where we stand right now today, not at the peak of hurricane season even. As far as when we're talking about this particular area, there's Government Hammock down towards the low end at 40 inches. So just in retrospect, from what happened last week with the rainfall we had from last week, Government Hammock was at 8 inches of rainfall for the given week. And one more. And this the one I know might be just a tad bit, need a little bit of indication, but here we are. On the rainfall we had from last Wednesday, August 14th, for the Government Hammock rain and stream gauge station, which happens to be almost directly across from the Outlet Mall entrance along 60th Avenue. We had 2.5 inches on Wednesday, and then for the Friday rainfall, which started early in the morning for those of us who are awake, for August 16th, it was almost upwards of 3.1, 3.2 inches of rainfall. I had provided, here we are. This picture right here happens to be one that I brought up earlier from Government Hammock, the drainage canal that we're speaking of in retrospect with respect to this project. It was near bankful at that point. There was literally a couple of alarms going off from this station as far as the accumulation and from the stages. And I'm just going to go through some of these pictures that our illustrious minion staff back at Public Works, the stormwater engineering staff, had taken during last week's event. And conclude with one looking west of 60th Avenue. Now if I can go to the slideshow presentation, I've just got one quick map. With respect to the public comment that we just had from Oakley Place, and let me point it out better. Mouse. There we are. Jumping around a little. Okay, what we see here in green is Government Hammock itself as it's flowing. Let me start from up here instead. Up here is Covered Bridge subdivision. So basically, we're talking about two different prongs of Government Hammock. We've got an eastern prong, which is picking up Covered Bridge, a western prong that's off this map, goes underneath the interstate, picks up Silverstone subdivision and also Willow Walk, goes underneath the interstate. These two prongs join together here in Oakley Place, as the public comment was referring to. And then from there flows south through Oakley Place, crosses underneath 60th, goes through Oakley subdivision, crosses underneath 29th Street along the western boundary of this particular project along the Outlet Mall. Underneath some of these pictures, we're actually showing it, the crossing next 60th Avenue itself. And then, as previous discussion, there's a box culvert underneath the shopping center on the east side of 60th Avenue and also underneath the Chili's parking lot. From there, it goes underneath 301 and out to the Manatee River. Another point to make. This is our latest flood insurance rate maps effective 2014 for the county. This particular project area is identified as outside of the 100-year floodplain zone X. There's an update underway of the flood insurance rate maps, predominantly for the coastal maps, and also to incorporate the Gamble Creek Watershed Management Plan. for you.
Thank you.
And then, as far as this project itself, we did have the engineer of record for this particular project go back and use all available data on this watershed, government hammock watershed, and utilize the rain and stream gauge information that dates back to 2001. So we do have good records within this particular area that date back and pick up Tropical Storm Gabrielle and this Tropical Storm Hermine, the no-name storm event from 2017, and incorporate then and identify a 25-year floodplain coverage on this particular project area. As was brought up, we do not have, as far as the county, we do not have a recent available watershed management plan for this particular area. What we have available is a 25-year county floodplain study, which dates back to 1998. County staff is in the process of a application for a cooperative funding initiative project through Southwest Florida to not only pick up government hammock, but points east, including Slaughter Drain, and then points west over to the city of Palmetto, and northward to include McMullen Creek. And at this time, I'll be happy to address any further questions that the board may have.
Betsy?
Thomas, so you're aware, obviously, you've got all this data of what the potential is in these heavy rainstorm events that we've had, unfortunately, a lot of in the last couple of years. So are you saying with these lakes that are proposed with the development, they are, in fact, I'm not going to say accommodating, but they are anticipating possibly that those banks might be overflowing? There might be
Yes.
capacity improvements in the drain,
Not necessarily in the drainage canal, drainage system itself when it pertains to government hammock. However, some of the drainage systems, as far as like Oakley subdivision or Oakley Place, or even as far as those designed with this particular project, they would have to provide sole use floodplain compensation. We don't have good coverage identified in a 100-year floodplain based on the flood maps, but we do have a county 25-year floodplain study that we rely upon for identifying floodplain impacts and therefore designing for floodplain mitigation.
Okay, one of the things I think we heard, it was a long time ago, I think in this hearing, was there was talk about a path that would be constructed so that but if I remember, it was in the maintenance easement. So is it possible there would be more maintenance possibly of this creek post-development than pre-development because there's access being provided?
If I can have that overhead again, with any of these developments within this particular watershed or even countywide, as these developments come online, whether it's to start from Covered Bridge, Oakley subdivision, Oakley Place subdivision, included with this particular project, we would require top-of-bank drainage easements over government hammock and the tributaries, along with a maintenance access easement, typically at least along one side, if not both sides, of this particular drainage system. So as far as maintenance, I think public comment, there was some discussion about that already as far as what the county already does. We pretty much, what you see on this map in green are areas that the county routinely maintains on a regular basis.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Tom.
Yep.
I'm seeing no other comments. To the staff, applicant, opportunity for rebuttal on different items. that have
Thank
been
you,
brought up.
Commissioners. Just as a couple of things on the drainage, and it was kind of obliquely referenced, we do provide a maintenance access easement, so it will be, if it's needed, a much easier way to maintain this this section of government hammock than before. So we do that, and understand we have your normal stipulation on reducing post-development flow. So the flow that would be coming off of here will be reduced, so it actually frees up some flowage, if you will, in the event of these high events. So we are definitely doing that. Aaron has advised me, and I wanted to give you, is that on their normal portfolios, and this is going to be one of their regular market-driven in a similar area development, 8% is their child age population. So that's what you would have, and of course, we don't have any objections from the school or anybody. I do want to say that we recognize and continue to recognize the same issue that the resident said, is that there is a traffic problem out here. And we have tried to bring to you and say that we see it, we know it is there. It is one of these that didn't get taken care of early on, except that now your county, the county, are taking on to get it fixed. And it's going to need some help. It's going to need some help from the development. And we are there and have brought to you how we will assist in getting that done, how we will provide funds. Yes, we will provide dollars to help take care of issues in this area. Exactly how they're used will be your staff's decision. And we have tried to show that we're cognizant of the timing, including the proposed stipulation that I think you now have the clean one, that we're gonna put off having any commercial opening above 25,000 feet for 2 years. And so I think, in hearing Clark's testimony and hearing everything, we have been trying to be a good steward of this area. We recognize, you can't help but recognize this is an area, it's an infill area, it's going to be developed. And I was a little sorry to hear about the argument that this is going to cause crimes. It's apartments. We have a lot of great people who live in apartments. We need apartments. We are seeing more and more of them because we have more and more people who want to live in them. We have a lot of younger people who aren't sure what they want to do yet. They live in them. We have a lot of retirees who want to go to live in an apartment and don't have to mow the lawn. I'm beginning to appreciate that more and more. Yeah. And so these apartments are good things, and we're placing it where you've said to place them, in these mixed-use areas where they can interact. And so I understand the concerns, but if we don't do anything, it'll get pushed back and pushed back. We expect to work with your staff. We expect you, the commission, to continue to do what you have already started to do, is assuring that this project moves along timely. I can't imagine you won't, and I can't imagine your staff won't. So we look forward to your approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Commissioner Trace maybe has a question for you.
No, I don't have a question.
Okay.
You're fine. I think I've been pretty consistent. I recognize that we're going to do some improvements, but I just think we're putting a Band-Aid on it. I think it was a poor design back 40, 50 years ago, and I didn't vote for the movies to come in, and I didn't, and I'm going to stay pretty consistent. I understand what you're saying. I think it's a good project, and I just wish we had a little more room to fix the problem, and so I will not be supporting this project.
Okay, Carol?
Right. I'm glad to hear that for the first 2 years, if this does get approved, out of the 125,000 allowed of commercial, Caleb, you'll be doing 25,000, right? Okay. An analogy with me, I'm sorry, but on the island, when we approved the Island Foodway, which is Publix, that was the smallest Publix they own. It's 20,000 square feet. So that I know that's how I'm not a planner like all these, and that's how I use the analogy. Somebody made a comment about the traffic circle. Would we really consider this? Well, unfortunately, the state is considered on our major roads on 70 that are coming, or 64 that are coming. And if you look again where I'm from, 270,000 people came on just on one bridge on Anna Maria Island. There's a traffic circle in Bradenton Beach. They didn't measure that, but if you can imagine, even half of that came on there. And I can only maybe remember 1 or 2 accidents. I know it's scary, and because we don't have a lot of them around here. I've lived with this one for like 10, 20 years now, and they're on 75th Street West. There's just one on 9th Street East now, or 15th Street East, that I drove through the other day. We're going to have one on our main thoroughfares that go across the state. So it's a way to keep, it's a traffic calming method to keep the traffic flowing. And I don't think it's going to be as bad as people thought that it would be. I'm okay with this, to move forward with it. I appreciate you working with you. We need to fix a problem and we need all our partners to be able to do it. And it's not their responsibility legally to fix a problem that started 40 or 50 years ago. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve the recommended motion, and you're going to have to help me with the stipulations. Madam Attorney.
I'll put the stipulations on the
Done some
record.
amendment.
They were revised. The handout, you have stipulations A, 8, 9, and 10 are typed out, and then the additional stipulation was in the schedule of uses, Exhibit B. It was recently handed out with a gray shading. Deletes urgent care center as defined in section 395.002 Florida statutes as permitted use. That's the equivalent of freestanding emergency discussion we had. And the revised motion is written out to include stipulations A1 through A10. And Margaret, do you have any other further?
No.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second. If I could say something as a seconder. This is a very tough job to do when you're an empathetic person, and I am very empathetic toward the folks that live here. But I also know that when we have a recommendation from our staff that says this application meets our comprehensive plan and our land development code, meets all of our requirements, it's very tough to say to this property owner that they cannot go forward with a development that meets all of our code requirements. I am encouraged by the potential for drainage improvements in this area. I think that is an issue everywhere in Manatee County. We all know we're faced with significant drainage issues. It's a fact of the matter. When we all showed up in Florida, we all altered the drainage. We can't point to one person who did it. I can point to the farmers and say, in fact, they did it as well as the rest of us. I'm not going to blame the farmers altogether. But when man showed up in Florida, we started altering the drainage. So we have to deal with that. And so I'm encouraged by the plan that shows lakes adjacent to this drainage and will, in fact, have to accommodate the drainage as it is existing today. It's going to be a challenge for them. The traffic, I'm very encouraged by the improvements that are coming. I am concerned a little bit about the timing, so I will do everything that I can in my power to continue to move these improvements forward. We've already funded them, but we have to make them a priority. For that reason, I'm going to support this. I hope that they will be good neighbors. I hope you will have great pedestrian access for some folks who may never want to get out in a car and will actually have alternatives to walk their dog, maybe to go get something to eat, to ride a bike. Those are potential for this site because of the proximity to the commercial. But I'm sure that we will continue to deal with trying to protect your quality of life, which is a big part of our job. But I cannot simply say because the folks that are already here don't want what's coming. Otherwise, Florida never would have been developed. Because I can bet people like Commissioner Trace, who's been here for 6 generations, they're probably not thrilled with everything that happened after them. But it just is what happens in Florida. People move here, we have to accommodate them in the best way that we can, and we have to meet the laws that are in place, and so that's what we do. So that's my reason for voting for it.
Misty?
Thank you. Very well said. I don't want to duplicate what Betsy said, but I do want to say to the people who came here with concerns, I thank you so much for being here. I wrote down all of your concerns. I thought about all of them. And, you know, the job that we have up here is to find a way to balance the well-being of our community with the development application that comes in and the laws that we're required to review it under. So one of the things that I was looking for is how does this make the community better? You know, it provides a mix of housing. We're always looking for that. We need that. Creating a sense of place, you know, you always want to see that as well. And I like that they're going to have a mixture of uses that hopefully can work together. The rainfall analysis, Tom, can we just make that a part of every application? Because that was
wonderful.
really nice to understand what we're up against and what improvements are possible. And I too am confident that the traffic, I know the traffic's the problem. I drive up here too. But I'm confident that it is going to get better. And these are some of the things that we deal with growth pressures in a high growth area. It's not just your neighborhood. By the way, I live in an apartment complex. So, I mean, I understand what you're saying. You're, Chad, and I'm looking at you because you said there's more crime in an apartment complex. So that's it, right? So you have more people in a concentrated area rather than spread out in a big area. And, you know, there were 3 cop cars at my complex last night, 3 different calls. So, yes, it happens, but I don't know that it's a greater per capita increase. It's just all in one area condensed. I'm going to support the project because it's a good project. It is. It checks off all of our standards. But I do also sympathize with the growth pressures that you're experiencing. But I think you're going to see them improve.
Commissioner Wall.
You know, it is heart-wrenching to sit and listen to residents that are so adamant against something such as this, when I look at it and what I'm seeing is the road improvements are funded. They're going to happen. It's good that it happens about the same time so that maybe the road improvements get done and then the apartments come and they have to be torn up. The road has to be torn up. I mean, that doesn't serve anybody. That just makes it even longer. So the closer we can try to get it done along with the development, the easier it's going to be. And the shorter amount of time you will be inconvenienced with the construction going on. I know that's not going to make anybody happy, but it's the real world. Tom, I thank you for the diagrams on the rainfall. You know, and that's my district, Braden River. So, you know, I know we got tremendous rain. The interesting thing to me, though, in looking at this area were the pictures, Tom, that you had, because even through all that, it was okay. So I think that's a very good sign. So I know it's hard to believe right now if you live in that area, but this board has been very concerned about 60th for I know as long as I've been on this board, and now we're there. You know, we've got it funded, it's being designed, we're getting ready to start it. I would love to start going to the outlet mall again, but I won't go until it's fixed. So I understand where you're coming from, and I've tried to go at different times during the day and even sometimes at night, you know, to try and get through, and it's not as bad. So I am going to support it because I think it is a good project. It is something, you know, a lot of us, I mean, I was not born in Florida. I'm a transplant. And I think probably the majority of us in this room, except for some of you.
Easy.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Some of you were born and raised here, and I'm very envious of that fact. I wish I had been, I should have been, because I'm a true Floridian in my heart. But, you know, we do have people that are still coming here, still moving here. We're not going to be able to stop it. They're coming for the same reason I did. I love the area. It's a wonderful area to live. As we always say, to live, work, and play. So I can understand why they're coming. They're not going to stop coming. So I will support it. I know that's not going to help anyone that's in this room right now, but the only thing I will say is that I do believe in my heart that when the road improvements are done, I think it's truly going to help 60th, which is so important, and 301 at that intersection as well. So I think it's going to be a good thing. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Whitmore, seconded by Commissioner Benak. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes 6-1. Thank you all for coming.
Thanks for coming.
Okay, moving along, let's see. Where were we? Commissioner comments?
I think it's
We
my
already
turn.
did it.
Oh, I thought we were
Not
done.
all of us.
You didn't do this end of the.
Oh, listen to you. I tried.
I think it was my time.
It was Reggie.
Well, you
Gotta
come, I
go.
thought you were done.
I am. I need to be excused. I
gotta
have
go
an
to a
appointment
doctor.
at 4 o'clock. So
See ya.
Yes, sir.
I did too. You don't want to hear my commissioner comments?
No.
I'll listen. I'll watch it later, ma'am.
I don't have any.
All I was going to say was,
I just got
if
a letter
anyone
from
wants
Bill.
to go to the bridge run, they need to park at the Parish Methodist Church, which is on 301 and 69th. No light there yet, but we're working on that. And there will be a shuttle down to the bridge run. And the run is supposed to start at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, yeah, I'll be
This is one of these that you get up with me and enjoy the sunrise. Thank you.
I'll give it my best.
Betsy?
I will give it my best shot to get up and see the sunrise with you.
It's very pretty
Because it
over
is a beautiful
view.
walk, and I encourage anyone who is interested, it should be nice and cool that time of the morning.
That's
So
what
I
I
do
do.
look forward to that on Saturday. Thank you, that's it.
Misty?
Yeah, just a quick update. Had a meeting last night with the My Citizens Coalition on Growth that you all are aware of. And I want to thank Chad Butzo for being there and
Awesome.
describing the stormwater fee, some of the basics to the group. And they were very, very interested, asked a lot of questions. And one of the things that came out of that meeting was they would like an easy graphic to understand what the county will or is maintaining and what they won't maintain, because there were some questions last night that couldn't be answered. So I think.
Maintain on what?
For stormwater.
Oh.
So in the future, whether or not we have a stormwater fee, we have a policy today of things that we maintain for the county. So I think making that clearer would be helpful. And that's all I have.
Vanessa?
Nothing.
Sarah?
Nothing.
Margaret?
I'm good.
I got something.
No, you already had your chance.
I know, but it just happened. Senator Galvano just sent an email to me and a letter that I'm effective now appointed to the State Elders Affairs Council.
Yay.
Department of
Well,
Elder.
it has to be confirmed by the Senate, Carol. How could that be?
I don't know. You just showed me a letter. Maybe it's the Senate that does it. You'll probably get yours because they just got yours
So
yesterday.
I got the letter saying they got my application.
No, mine said it's from him,
Okay.
effective immediately.
Okay, we're adjourned.
Thanks. Yay. Of course, I lost it.